Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. I'm a purple belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I'll just call it BJJ. It's a grappling martial art mainly used in MMA and in the UFC. It's the combination of using leverage and technique to beat bigger and stronger opponents. Now, I won't bore you with the history of BJJ, but I can tell you this, it changed my life in ways I never expected. I love it. It's one of the few things that actually makes me happy. In a world where most people drift through their days in a fog of routine and numbness, BJJ gives me clarity. It forces you to be present, to think, to move, to survive. You can't fake it on the mats. Either you know what you're doing, or you don't. Either you can escape that chokehold, or you tap out. It's honest in a way that most things in life aren't. I've competed in some grappling tournaments, but nothing big. Local stuff, mostly. A few medals here and there, more losses than I'd like to admit. But that's part of the journey. Every time you lose, you learn. Every time someone passes your guard or sinks in a submission you didn't see coming, you walk away with a lesson. That's what I told myself, anyway. Now BJJ has surpassed traditional martial arts like karate and taekwondo for self-defense and fitness purposes. Many companies and martial arts schools now incorporate BJJ into their curriculums. It's a worldwide phenomenon, often hailed as the most effective martial art in the world, and I intended to stick with it as long as I could. The belt system progresses from white belt to blue, purple, brown, black, and ultimately red. I'd been training for 5 years when I earned my purple belt. It felt like a significant achievement, though I knew I was still far from mastery. My teacher, Warren, was a black belt with 15 years of experience. He ran his own school in a renovated warehouse on the industrial side of town. The place smelled like sweat and rubber mats, and I loved it. Warren was the kind of instructor who pushed you beyond what you thought you could do. He was in his early 40s, built like someone who'd spent decades perfecting his body as a weapon. Not bulky, but dense, compact. When he demonstrated a technique, every movement was precise, economical, nothing wasted. He could make a chokehold look like poetry. It was a Tuesday evening, after a particularly brutal training session, when Warren announced his plan. We were all sitting on the edge of the mats, drenched in sweat, catching our breath. "I want to organize something different," Warren said, pacing in front of us. "A weekend camping trip. Get away from the city, train in nature, bond as a group, build that team mentality." The idea sounded good in theory. Fresh air, no distractions, focused training with our instructor. Several people seemed interested, asking questions about the location, the cost, what to bring. Warren had already scouted a spot, a forest area about 2 hours north, remote enough to feel isolated but still accessible by car. We'd leave Friday afternoon, spend 2 nights, and return Sunday evening. He had the permits, he said. He'd organized everything. Over the next 2 weeks, the initial enthusiasm dwindled. People had work commitments, family obligations, or simply lost interest. By the time Friday arrived, only 4 students, including myself, were able to go. Warren was disappointed by the low turnout. I could see it in his face when we met at the school to carpool, but he proceeded with the trip anyway. "Small group means more personalized instruction," he said, trying to spin the situation positively. So there was me, Warren, Dominic, a brown belt with over 3 years of experience who was incredibly technical. Troy, a blue belt who relied more on athleticism than technique, and our newest member, Felix, a white belt who'd been training for just 2 months. I didn't know Felix well. He'd joined the school recently, always quiet, always watching. He was in his late 20s, thin, with dark hair and darker eyes that seemed to absorb everything. He rarely spoke during class, just nodded when Warren corrected his form. There was something unsettling about his quietness, but I couldn't articulate what it was. When we embarked on the trip, I tried to shake off my unease. The sun was shining, the weather forecast looked good, and Warren's enthusiasm was infectious. Everything seemed promising for a great weekend. We arrived at the camping spot around 6 in the evening. The forest was dense, towering pines blocking out much of the remaining daylight. The air smelled of earth and decay, that rich scent of organic matter breaking down. Warren had chosen a clearing large enough for our tents, with a fire pit someone had built previously. We set up our tents and supplies methodically. Warren and Dominic worked together on one side of the clearing. Troy and Felix set up near the tree line. I positioned my tent close to the fire pit, thinking I'd want the warmth during the night. The evening began well enough. We built a fire as darkness settled over the forest. Warren had brought beer, and we passed bottles around, the flames casting flickering shadows across our faces. Someone played music from a portable speaker, nothing too loud, just background noise to fill the silence of the wilderness. Warren told stories from his past competitions, tales of close matches, devastating losses, unexpected victories. He'd traveled internationally for tournaments, trained with legends of the sport. Listening to him, I felt inspired and inadequate in equal measure. But as the night wore on, something shifted. The forest seemed to grow darker, more oppressive. The trees surrounded us like walls, and beyond the circle of firelight, the darkness was absolute, complete. I found myself glancing over my shoulder, scanning the tree line, though I couldn't have said what I was looking for. Troy noticed it too. "It's really dark out here," he said, stating the obvious. "No light pollution," Warren replied. "That's the point. You city people forget what real darkness looks like." But it wasn't just the darkness, it was the silence. The forest had gone quiet. No insects chirping, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush, just the crackle of our fire and our own voices, which seemed too loud in the stillness. Felix sat across the fire from me, barely visible in the dancing light. He hadn't said much all evening, just nursed his beer and watched. When the firelight caught his eyes, they reflected oddly, almost glowing. I told myself it was just the angle, the way the flames hit them. Around midnight, we began to retreat to our tents. Warren was the last to turn in, banking the fire so it would last through the night. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening to the silence outside. No wind, no animals, nothing. I didn't sleep well. Every small sound seemed amplified. The rustling of my sleeping bag sounded like thunder. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps outside my tent, soft and deliberate. But when I listened harder, there was nothing. I must have dozed off eventually, because the next thing I knew, gray morning light was filtering through the tent fabric. Saturday morning arrived cold and damp. Mist hung between the trees, turning the forest into something from a nightmare. I unzipped my tent and emerged, my joints stiff from sleeping on the ground. Troy was already up, standing near the dead fire pit, rubbing his arms for warmth. "Morning," he said, his breath visible in the cold air. "Morning. Did you sleep okay?" He shrugged. "Not really. This place is creepy at night." Dominic emerged from his tent next, looking as unrested as I felt. Felix came out last, and I noticed something odd. He looked completely refreshed, like he'd spent the night in a 5-star hotel instead of a tent in the woods. We waited for Warren to emerge from his tent, but minutes passed and nothing happened. The tent remained zipped shut, silent. "Should we wake him?" Troy asked. Dominic frowned. "Warren's usually the first one up. He's big on discipline." More minutes passed. The silence from Warren's tent became unnerving. Finally, Dominic walked over and knocked on one of the poles. "Warren, you okay in there?" No response. Dominic knocked again, harder. "Warren?" Still nothing. He looked back at us, concern evident on his face. Then he reached for the zipper. The sound of it opening seemed obscenely loud in the morning stillness. Dominic stuck his head inside the tent. For a moment he was perfectly still. Then he stumbled backward, his face gone white, and vomited into the bushes. I don't remember running to the tent, but suddenly I was there, looking inside, and my mind couldn't process what I was seeing. Warren lay in his sleeping bag, his face purple and bloated. His eyes were open, bulging, shot through with burst blood vessels. His tongue protruded slightly from his mouth. Around his neck, the bruising was severe, showing clear finger marks. Someone had strangled him with their bare hands. But it was his expression that haunted me most. The look of shock frozen on his face. He hadn't just been killed, he'd been genuinely surprised by his attacker. Troy pushed past me to look, then backed away quickly. "God," he whispered. "Oh God." We stood there in shock, unable to move, unable to think. Warren, our black belt instructor, the most skilled fighter among us, had been choked to death in his sleep. The technique required to do that, to render someone unconscious without waking them, to continue applying pressure until death, was expert level. "We need to call the police," Troy said, his voice shaking. But Dominic held up his hand. "Wait, just wait, let's think about this." "Think about what?" Troy's voice rose toward panic. "He's dead. Someone killed him." "I know that," Dominic snapped. "But who and why? We need to understand what happened before we bring in the authorities." I understood Dominic's hesitation, even if I didn't agree with it. Warren was a black belt, highly skilled in BJJ. For someone to overpower him, to choke him to death without a struggle, loud enough to wake the rest of us, it didn't make sense. Unless the killer was someone Warren trusted, someone he wouldn't expect to attack him. We all looked at each other. There were only 4 of us, and one of us had killed Warren. Suspicions arose immediately because some of us had left our tents during the night. I'd heard footsteps, hadn't I? Or had I dreamed it? Troy admitted he'd gotten up once to relieve himself. Dominic said he'd woken up several times but stayed in his tent. Felix said nothing, just watched us with those dark, absorbing eyes. "We should search the area," Dominic said. "Look for signs of an intruder. Before we call the police, we need to know if someone else was here." It was a thin rationalization, but we clung to it. The alternative that one of us was a murderer was too horrifying to accept. We split up to search the surrounding forest. I went east, Troy went west, Felix headed north, and Dominic circled the perimeter of our camp. We agreed to regroup in 30 minutes. The forest felt different in daylight, but no less oppressive. The mist hadn't burned off yet, reducing visibility to maybe 20 feet. I pushed through undergrowth, looking for what? Footprints? Discarded weapons? I didn't even know. My mind raced as I walked. Warren had been strong, capable. For someone to choke him to death, they'd need significant skill, the kind of skill that takes years to develop. A white belt like Felix wouldn't have it. Troy was athletic, but technical knowledge was limited. Dominic had the skill, but did he have the motive? I realized I was trying to construct a theory where I wasn't the killer, which meant I was already accepting that one of us was guilty. 30 minutes later, I returned to camp. Troy was already there, pacing nervously. Felix arrived shortly after, emerging silently from the trees, but Dominic didn't come back. We waited 5 minutes, then 10. Troy called out Dominic's name, his voice echoing through the forest. No response. A terrible certainty settled over me. I didn't want to go looking, didn't want to find what I knew we would find, but we had no choice. We spread out again, this time staying within sight of each other, calling Dominic's name. It was Felix who found him. "Over here," Felix called out, his voice calm, too calm. Dominic was lying near his tent, partially hidden by the undergrowth. Like Warren, he'd been strangled. The bruising around his neck told the story. But unlike Warren, Dominic had clearly fought back. His hands were torn up, fingernails broken, defensive wounds on his forearms. He'd known his attacker was coming. He'd tried to defend himself, and it hadn't mattered. Troy fell to his knees and started hyperventilating. I pulled out my phone with shaking hands. No service. Of course there was no service. Warren had chosen this spot specifically for its remoteness. "We need to get to the cars," I said. Drive until we get signal. Call the police. When we regrouped, there were only 3 of us, Troy, Felix, and me. Our 2 best grapplers were dead, killed by someone with expert technique. Someone who was still among us. Troy and I decided to go for the cars together, leaving Felix at the camp. It was a risk either way, leave him alone with the bodies or bring him with us and leave the crime scene unattended. We chose the former, and I'll admit, part of me hoped he'd be gone when we returned. The drive down the mountain was a blur. Troy white-knuckled the steering wheel, while I kept checking my phone for signal. It finally appeared about 20 minutes down the road, and I immediately called 911. The police showed up within an hour, along with an ambulance and, eventually, crime scene investigators. We led them back to the camp, where Felix was sitting exactly where we'd left him, staring at nothing. The next several hours were a nightmare of questions. They separated us, interviewed us individually, took our statements. I told them everything I could remember. The sounds in the night, finding Warren's body, discovering Dominic. The detective handling the case was a woman in her 50s named Garrison. She had tired eyes that had seen too much. "You train in this martial art," she said to me. "Could you have overpowered your instructor?" "No," I said firmly. Warren was a black belt. He'd been training for 15 years. Even if I wanted to hurt him, I couldn't. "What about the brown belt Dominic?" "Dominic." Same answer. He was better than me, more experienced. She made notes, her face unreadable. "What about the other 2 students?" "Troy's a blue belt, athletic but not exceptionally skilled, and Felix just started training 2 months ago. He's a white belt. Could he have done this?" I wanted to say no. I wanted to say it was impossible for a beginner to kill 2 experienced grapplers. But something stopped me. Some instinct I couldn't name. "I don't know," I said finally. The investigation dragged on for hours. They examined the bodies, photographed the camp, collected evidence. They found no signs of an outside intruder, no unfamiliar footprints, no foreign DNA, no evidence that anyone else had been at the camp. Eventually, they let us go, told us not to leave town, that they'd be in touch. The news shocked many people when it hit the local media. Martial arts instructor found dead on camping trip. Mystery surrounds deaths of grapplers in forest. The funeral had a massive turnout. Warren had touched many lives, trained dozens of students over the years. I went, though I could barely focus on the service. I kept scanning the crowd looking for Felix, but I didn't see him. The police were even baffled. According to Detective Garrison when she called me a week later, "None of you had the skill or strength to overpower both victims," she said. The medical examiner confirms they were strangled with remarkable technique. Whoever did this knew exactly what they were doing. "So, what does that mean?" I asked. "It means we're looking into Warren's past, seeing if he had enemies, someone who might have tracked him to that campsite." But I knew she was grasping at straws. There was no mysterious outsider. The killer had been at that camp, sleeping in one of those tents. Before Warren's school closed down permanently, I organized a final open mat session, a memorial roll, we called it. One last chance to train on the mats where Warren had taught us, to honor his memory through the art he'd loved. I sent out messages to every student I could contact. Most people didn't respond. A few sent condolences but said they couldn't make it. Too painful, they said. Too soon. I understood. The school felt haunted now. Every corner held memories of Warren demonstrating a technique, correcting our form, laughing at someone's joke. Walking through those doors felt like visiting a grave. On the day of the memorial roll, I arrived early. The warehouse was cold, the mats empty. I changed into my gi and warmed up alone, drilling movements until my muscles remembered what my mind couldn't focus on. One other person showed up. Just one, out of all the students Warren had trained over the years. Felix. He walked in wearing his white belt, his gooey crisp and clean. He bowed to the mats, then to me. His face showed no emotion. "You came," I said, stating the obvious. "I wanted to pay my respects," Felix said. It was maybe the longest sentence I'd ever heard him speak. We warmed up separately. I kept glancing at him, watching the way he moved. Something about it seemed wrong, too fluid, too confident for someone with only 2 months of training. "Should we roll?" Felix asked after about 10 minutes. I hesitated. Every instinct told me to refuse, to leave, to get away from this person. But I was a purple belt, he was a white belt. I had 3 years of experience on him. What did I have to be afraid of? "Sure," I said. We slapped hands and started. I went easy at first, like you do with beginners. I allowed him to attempt moves, planning to counter gently, to teach rather than dominate. But within 10 seconds, I realized something was very wrong. Felix moved like water. When I tried to establish grips, he slipped away. When I attempted to pass his guard, he swept me effortlessly. His weight distribution was perfect, his base unshakable. He wasn't rolling like a white belt. He was rolling like someone with years of high-level experience. Within a minute, he had me mounted. I tried to escape, using techniques that had worked against far more experienced opponents. Nothing worked. He predicted every movement, shut down every attempt. Then his hands were on my collar. Not the usual training grip, but something else, something specific. The blood flow to my brain began to restrict. I felt the chokehold sinking in, and a distant part of my mind recognized the technique. It was the same kind of pressure that had killed Warren and Dominic. Expert level, invisible to anyone watching, but devastatingly effective. Felix leaned close to my ear. "You know," he whispered. Just those 2 words. Then he released the choke and stood up, smiling. Not a friendly smile, a satisfied one. I lay on the mat, gasping for air, my heart hammering against my ribs. I felt an unusual sense of pressure and technique in that roll. Though he was meant to be a white belt, he'd completely dominated me. Felix bowed to the mats, then walked to the edge to grab his bag. "Thank you for the roll," he said. Without another word, he left the warehouse. I stayed on the mat for a long time, trying to process what had just happened. Felix had the skill to kill Warren and Dominic. He'd revealed that skill to me deliberately. Why? To threaten me? To warn me? To tell me that I was alive only because he allowed it? I never saw Felix again after that day. He disappeared completely. No social media presence, no address on file at the school. Nothing. It was like he'd never existed. Detective Garrison called me one more time, weeks later. "We've closed the case," she said, her voice heavy with frustration. "No viable suspects, no evidence pointing to any particular individual. Officially, it's unsolved." I almost told her about Felix, about that final roll, about the way he'd moved and the words he'd whispered. But what would I say? That a white belt beat me in training? That I had a bad feeling about him? It wasn't evidence. It was just paranoia. Except it wasn't paranoia. I knew. Deep in my bones, in the place where instinct lives, I knew that Felix had killed them both. But proving it was impossible, and part of me didn't want to try, because if Felix had vanished, then maybe I was safe. Maybe whatever game he'd been playing was over. I eventually joined a new BJJ school across town. I needed to keep training, needed the structure and discipline in my life, but everything had changed. Nowadays, when I spar, especially with white belts, I do so with caution. My instructor at the new school has commented on it. "You're too tense," he says. "You need to relax more." But I can't relax, because rolling with white belts triggers something in me. Stress, panic, an animal awareness that something is wrong, that danger is present even when everything looks safe. None of the white belts I've faced have ever had the same level of skill as Felix. They move like beginners should move, awkward, unsure, learning. But I watch them carefully anyway, studying every grip, every shift in weight, every expression on their faces. What the implications of Felix's skill might be, I don't like to think about. Was he a black belt pretending to be a beginner? Was he some kind of predator who hunted martial artists? Did Warren and Dominic know something about him? Something that got them killed? I'll never know, and maybe that's worse than any answer I could find. I do know that I miss my old instructor and his school. I miss the person I was before that camping trip. Before I learned that monsters are real and they wear white belts and smile at you while they're deciding whether you deserve to live. Sometimes, late at night, I wonder if Felix will come back, if he'll show up at my new school one day, wearing a white belt again, ready to start training. I wonder what I'll do if that happens. Will I have the courage to expose him, or will I do what I did before, nothing, because the truth is too terrifying to speak aloud? The police may have closed the case, but for me it will never be closed. Every time I step on the mats, I'm back in that forest, finding Warren's body. I'm back in that warehouse, feeling Felix's hands on my collar, hearing his whisper, "You know." And I do know. I know that somewhere out there Felix is still training, still perfecting his technique, still wearing that white belt like a disguise, still looking for his next victims. I just pray to God that I'm not one of them. It happened in the summer of 2017, when I was 23 years old. I was working a dead-end office job that was slowly draining the life out of me, and I needed an escape. My friend Ava had been suggesting for weeks that we should go camping, just the two of us, somewhere far from the city. She had always been the adventurous type, while I tended to stay close to home. But something about her enthusiasm was infectious, and after another particularly grueling week at work, I finally agreed. We spent several evenings planning the trip, poring over maps and reading reviews of different campsites. Ava wanted something remote, something that would feel like a real wilderness experience. I was hesitant about going too far from civilization, but she assured me it would be fine. We'd bring plenty of supplies, tell people where we were going, and keep our phones charged in case of emergency. What could go wrong? The campsite we settled on was about 3 hours north of our town, nestled deep within a sprawling forest that stretched for miles. The reviews online were sparse but positive. People praised its isolation and natural beauty. Only one review gave me pause, a brief comment from someone saying they'd heard strange sounds at night, but the reviewer had also mentioned they'd been drinking, so I dismissed it as probably an owl or coyote that had startled them. I had no idea how wrong I was to ignore that warning. We left on a Friday afternoon in late June, my beat-up sedan loaded with camping gear, food, and enough water for 3 days. The drive took us through gradually changing landscape, suburban sprawl giving way to small towns, then farmland, and finally dense forest. The further we drove, the more isolated I felt. Cell phone reception flickered and died about an hour before we reached our destination. When we finally turned onto the narrow dirt road that led to the campsite, the canopy overhead became so thick that it felt like driving through a tunnel. Branches scraped against the car windows, and I had to navigate carefully around potholes and exposed roots. The road seemed to go on forever, winding deeper and deeper into the woods. I started to wonder if we'd made a wrong turn, but then the trees suddenly opened up into a clearing. The campsite was exactly as described, a roughly circular area of flattened grass, surrounded on all sides by towering pines and oaks. There was a fire pit in the center made of stones, and a weathered wooden picnic table off to one side. The late afternoon sun filtered through the trees in golden shafts, making the whole scene look almost magical, almost peaceful. I felt some of my anxiety ease as we climbed out of the car and stretched our cramped legs. Ava was grinning from ear to ear, clearly thrilled that we'd finally made it. We immediately set about unloading the car and setting up camp. The tent proved more difficult than expected. Neither of us had much experience with the collapsible poles and stakes, and we fumbled with them for nearly an hour. By the time we finally had it standing upright and secured, sweat was dripping down my back despite the cooling temperature. Ava had more success with organizing our supplies, arranging everything neatly near the tent entrance. Our sleeping bags, lanterns, cooking equipment, and cooler were all within easy reach. By the time everything was set up to our satisfaction, it was already past 6 in the evening. The sun was sinking lower, and the shadows between the trees were growing longer and darker. The temperature had dropped noticeably, enough that I pulled on a sweatshirt. Ava suggested we get a fire going before it got too dark to see what we were doing. We gathered fallen branches from the edge of the clearing, being careful to take only dead wood. Ava had brought newspaper and kindling, and she proved surprisingly adept at building a proper fire. Within minutes, we had flames crackling in the stone pit, sending up thin trails of smoke that disappeared into the darkening sky. We dragged 2 folding chairs close to the fire and collapsed into them, exhausted but satisfied with our work. The fire was mesmerizing. I found myself staring into the flames, watching them dance and shift, feeling the warmth on my face while the air behind me grew steadily colder. We cooked hot dogs on long sticks, holding them over the fire until the skin split and blackened. They tasted better than any meal I'd had in weeks. Afterward, we roasted marshmallows, laughing when mine caught fire and I had to blow it out quickly, leaving it charred on the outside and molten within. We talked about everything and nothing. Work frustrations, family drama, plans for the future. Ava told me about a guy she'd been seeing, how she wasn't sure if it was going anywhere. I confided that I was thinking about quitting my job, maybe going back to school. The conversation flowed easily in the way it does with old friends, accompanied by the popping of the fire and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. As the night deepened, the sounds of the forest grew louder. I became aware of insects chirping all around us, a constant background noise that I hadn't noticed before. Somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted. The trees creaked and swayed. Every now and then I'd hear a crack or snap from the darkness beyond our firelight, and I'd tense up scanning the tree line. But nothing emerged. Just the normal sounds of a forest at night, I told myself. Animals going about their business. Around 10 o'clock, we both started yawning. The long drive and physical work of setting up camp had caught up with us. Ava suggested we call it a night, and I readily agreed. We doused the fire carefully, making sure every ember was extinguished. Without the firelight, the darkness seemed to press in from all sides. Our lantern provided only a small bubble of illumination as we made our way to the tent. Inside, we arranged our sleeping bags and pillows. The tent felt smaller than it had looked from outside, and I was acutely aware of how thin the nylon walls were, just a single layer of fabric between us and whatever was out there in the dark. I tried to push the thought away. We were fine. People camped out here all the time without incident. We turned off the lantern and settled into our sleeping bags. In the complete darkness, every sound seemed amplified. I could hear Ava's breathing gradually slow and deepen as she drifted off. I tried to relax, but my mind kept racing. I thought about work, about the drive home, about whether I'd remembered to lock my apartment door. Normal anxieties that gradually faded as exhaustion finally began to win. I must have dozed off at some point, though I'm not sure for how long. When I jerked awake, my heart was already pounding. Something had disturbed me, pulled me up from sleep. I lay there in the darkness, disoriented, trying to figure out what had woken me. The tent was pitch black. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I could hear Ava's steady breathing beside me. She was still asleep. Then I heard it again, a metallic clatter from outside, loud enough to make me flinch. It sounded like our cooking pot being knocked over, followed by the rattle of utensils. My first thought was that an animal had gotten into our supplies. A raccoon, maybe, or a possum. We'd been careful to put the food away, but maybe we'd missed something. I waited, listening for any other sounds. The noises continued, scraping, clanging, the unmistakable sound of something rifling through our campsite. I lay there frozen, trying to decide what to do. Part of me wanted to stay in the relative safety of the tent and wait for whatever it was to leave. But another part, the responsible part, knew we should probably scare it off before it made too much of a mess or got into food that might make it sick. I reached over and found the lantern, switching it on to its lowest setting. The dim light didn't penetrate far, but it was enough to see Ava still sleeping soundly beside me. She had always been a deep sleeper. She'd once slept through a car alarm going off directly outside her apartment window. I envied her that ability, especially now. I sat up slowly, listening. The noises outside had stopped for a moment, as if whatever was out there had noticed the light. I crawled toward the tent entrance, moving as quietly as possible. My hands were shaking as I reached for the zipper. The metal teeth made a soft sound as I slowly pulled it down, trying to make as little noise as possible. Through the widening gap, I could see our campsite illuminated by moonlight. The moon had risen while we slept, nearly full, casting everything in shades of silver and black. I had the zipper halfway down when a sound split the night that made every hair on my body stand on end. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before, a high-pitched screech that started low and rose to an almost unbearable pitch like metal being scraped across glass combined with an animal's cry of pain. It lasted only a few seconds, but those seconds felt like an eternity. The sound seemed to come from right outside our tent, maybe only 20 feet away. My hand froze on the zipper. My breath caught in my throat. That was no raccoon. That wasn't any animal I could identify. The sound was so unnatural, so wrong that every instinct in my body screamed at me to hide, to make myself as small as possible and pray that whatever had made that noise would go away. Behind me I heard Ava stir and gasp. The sound had finally penetrated her sleep. I don't know what made me continue unzipping the tent. Curiosity? Stupidity? Some primal need to see the source of the threat? My hands moved almost of their own accord, pulling the zipper the rest of the way down. I leaned forward, peering out into the moonlit clearing. At first I saw nothing unusual. Our campsite looked exactly as we'd left it. The fire pit with its circle of stones, the picnic table, our folding chairs still arranged near where the fire had been. The car was parked at the edge of the clearing, its windows reflecting the moonlight. Everything looked normal, peaceful even. I felt a rush of relief. Maybe whatever had made that noise had already run off. Maybe it was farther away than I'd thought. Then I saw movement by the chairs. My eyes struggled to make sense of what I was seeing. There was something there, something that shouldn't be. A shape that seemed all wrong. It was standing upright, taller than a person, maybe 7 feet high. At first glance in the uncertain moonlight, I thought it might be a bear standing on its hind legs, but as my eyes adjusted, I realized it was too thin, too angular to be a bear. The thing's limbs were impossibly long and spindly, like branches or the legs of a giant spider. They seemed to bend at odd angles as it moved. Its body was covered in what looked like matted dark fur or maybe mud. I couldn't tell which. But it was the head that truly terrified me. In profile against the moonlight, it looked elongated, almost like a deer's skull, but there was something fundamentally wrong about the proportions. The neck was too long. The shape was too narrow. As I watched, paralyzed with fear, the thing tilted its head at an unnatural angle, as if listening. Then it moved, and the way it moved made my stomach lurch. Its limbs didn't move like an animal should. They seemed to fold and unfold in ways that defied normal anatomy, carrying it across our campsite in a jerky, disjointed gait that looked both random and purposeful. The creature paused near our cooler, that horrible head swiveling as if sniffing the air. I held my breath, not daring to move. Every muscle in my body was rigid with terror. My rational mind tried to find an explanation. A deformed bear maybe, or a sick elk, or even just a person in some kind of costume pulling a sick prank. But nothing about what I was seeing fit those explanations. This thing was wrong. Wrong in a way that bypassed logic and spoke directly to some ancient animal part of my brain that knew predators when it saw them. Then it screamed again. This time I was looking right at it, and I saw its jaw drop open far wider than should have been possible. The sound that emerged was even worse up close, that same metallic screeching combined with something that sounded almost like words, like someone trying to speak through a destroyed throat. The sound physically hurt, and I clapped my hand over one ear while using the other hand to frantically zip the tent closed. I scrambled backward, nearly falling over Ava in my panic. She was sitting up now, her face pale in the lantern light, eyes wide with terror. "What is that?" she whispered, her voice shaking. I couldn't answer. I didn't have words for what we'd just heard. We huddled together in the center of the tent, listening. The thing outside continued to move around our campsite. We could hear its footsteps, an irregular pattern that didn't sound like any four-legged animal. It seemed to circle the tent, and at one point, I swear I saw the tent wall push inward slightly, as if something was pressing against it from outside. Ava grabbed my arm so tightly it hurt, and I grabbed her back just as hard. Neither of us made a sound. The creature let out several more cries throughout the night, each one sending fresh waves of terror through us. Sometimes they were short, almost like questioning barks. Other times they were long, drawn-out wails that seemed to go on forever. Between the screams we could hear it moving, always moving, sometimes close and sometimes farther away. At one point there was a tremendous crash as if it had knocked over the picnic table. Another time we heard metal scraping. Maybe it had found our cooking pot again. The hours crawled by with agonizing slowness. We didn't dare turn off the lantern, even though its light made us feel exposed. We didn't speak except in the briefest whispers. Ava suggested we try to make a run for the car, but I shook my head. The car keys were in my backpack, and even if we could get to them and unlock the door, the creature was faster than us. I'd seen how it moved. We wouldn't make it. So we waited. We sat there in that tent, hearts pounding, jumping at every sound, praying to God that the thin nylon walls would somehow be enough to protect us. I had never been religious, but that night I prayed more fervently than I ever had in my life. I made bargains with a God I wasn't sure I believed in. Please just let us live through this and I'll be a better person. I'll go to church. I'll do anything. Just please don't let that thing come into this tent. Gradually, imperceptibly, the darkness began to lighten. The sounds outside became less frequent. The last scream we heard was around 4 in the morning, and after that there was only silence. We waited another hour, neither of us willing to trust that it was truly gone. The morning bird song started up. Normal, everyday birds making normal everyday sounds, and that more than anything convinced us that the nightmare might actually be over. When the sky had lightened enough that we could see properly, we finally worked up the courage to unzip the tent. I went first, emerging slowly into the early morning air. The sun hadn't quite risen yet, but there was enough light to see that our campsite was a disaster. The picnic table was indeed overturned. Our cooler had been opened and its contents scattered. Pots and utensils were strewn across the clearing, but there was no sign of the creature. We didn't speak as we packed. We moved with frantic, desperate speed, throwing everything into the car without bothering to fold or organize anything. The tent came down in record time. We didn't care about leaving the site clean. We didn't care about anything except getting out of there as fast as humanly possible. I kept glancing at the tree line, terrified that I'd see that thing emerge from the shadows. The drive back was silent. Both of us were too shaken to talk about what had happened. We were exhausted but too wired to sleep. Every shadow on the road made my heart race. It wasn't until we were back in civilization, surrounded by buildings and people and traffic, that I finally started to breathe normally again. We never did figure out what we encountered that night. I've spent hours searching online for explanations. Bears with mange, moose with neurological disorders, even elaborate hoaxes. Nothing fits what we saw and heard. Ava and I have talked about it only a few times since then, and never in detail. It's as if speaking about it too much might somehow summon it back. I haven't been camping since that night in June 2017. I haven't even gone for a hike in the woods. The thought of being surrounded by trees, of being that far from safety, makes my hands shake and my breathing quicken. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, convinced I can hear that screech. But it's only car horns or sirens or the normal sounds of the city. Whatever was out there in those woods, I know one thing for certain. Some places aren't meant for humans. Some places belong to things we don't understand and shouldn't disturb. I'll never go back to that clearing, and I'll never forget the sight of that thing moving through the moonlight or the sound of its impossible voice splitting the night air. I pray to God I never encounter anything like it again. The Forestry Service identification badge clipped to my pack read Arlen Redbird, Environmental Specialist, but out here in the wilderness, titles meant nothing. Only experience and instinct mattered, and I had cultivated plenty of both during my years working these forests. As a Lakota Sioux who had spent most of my early career confined to urban forestry projects, the vast expanse of the North Cascades represented everything I had sought when moving westward: freedom, solitude, and the ancient wisdom of untamed places. That spring of 1995 found me accepting what should have been a routine solo scouting assignment for the Northwest Land Trust. The organization needed detailed reports on several recently acquired parcels deep in Washington's remote mountain forests. My supervisors selected me specifically because I had developed a reputation for self-reliance and a particular affinity for the kinds of isolation that made others uncomfortable. "Redbird doesn't mind the quiet," I once overheard my director say. It wasn't just that I didn't mind it, I craved it. The silent communion between a man and ancient forest held more truth than 1,000 conversations in the city. The morning of my departure broke clear and cold. I loaded my equipment into my weathered Ford Ranger at the ranger station while the mountains loomed in the distance, their peaks still frosted with the last vestiges of winter snow. 3 days, 4 at most, I told Diane, the station coordinator, as she recorded my departure details. Standard flora and fauna assessment, growth pattern monitoring, nothing exotic. Diane nodded while typing, her fingers clacking steadily against the keyboard. "Weather report looks stable, but you know how quickly things change up there. Radio check-ins twice daily?" "As always," I confirmed, though we both knew reception was spotty at best in the more remote areas. "I've mapped out my route, should reach the western ridge by tomorrow afternoon, then work my way back through the secondary valley." She handed me the requisition forms and weather printouts. "Take care, Arlen. Something about those parcels in Section 27. The previous surveyor never submitted his final report." "Paperwork gets lost," I said with a shrug. "Wouldn't be the first time." Her expression remained concerned. Marshall didn't strike me as the type to forget paperwork. Been with the service 20 years. I merely nodded, tucking the papers into my pack. Bureaucracy wasn't my concern, and Marshall was probably enjoying an early retirement on some beach. Lucky bastard. The drive to the trailhead took nearly 3 hours, the paved roads eventually giving way to gravel, then to little more than tire tracks pressed into the earth. I parked, shouldered my pack, and set out, the weight of my gear a familiar comfort against my back. The first day's hike proved uneventful. I documented multiple stands of old-growth cedar, took soil samples, and photographed various fungal formations spreading across fallen logs. The forest was vibrant with life. Chickadees flitted between branches. Squirrels chattered indignantly at my intrusion, and twice I startled mule deer from their browsing. I made camp as dusk approached, setting up my small tent in a natural clearing beside a creek that trickled with snowmelt. After a simple dinner of rehydrated stew, I reviewed my notes and plotted the next day's journey by headlamp. Everything was proceeding exactly as planned. The night passed peacefully, though I woke once to the distant howl of a wolf pack. Even that felt right, a natural symphony echoing through these ancient valleys. I drifted back to sleep, lulled by the gentle rustling of wind through the canopy above. Dawn broke with a fine mist hanging between the trees, giving the forest an ethereal quality. I broke camp efficiently, packed my gear, and continued toward the western ridge, the primary focus of my assessment. The terrain grew steadily more challenging, the elevation increasing with each hour. By midday, I had climbed nearly 2,000 feet. The forest had changed character, transitioning from the mixed hardwoods of the lower elevations to predominantly evergreens, towering Douglas firs and western hemlocks that had stood sentinel for centuries. Their massive trunks created natural columns, and their dense canopy filtered the sunlight into shifting patterns on the forest floor. It was there, on that upward traverse, that I first noticed something unusual. The forest had grown quiet, not the peaceful quiet of a natural lull, but an oppressive silence that pressed against my eardrums like physical pressure. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. I had heard rangers speak of this phenomenon before. The unnatural quiet that sometimes descended in certain parts of the wilderness. Most dismissed it as superstition, a trick of the mind when alone in the vastness. Some attributed it to predator presence, the instinctive silence of prey animals when danger lurked nearby. Whatever the cause, I felt it now, and a prickle of unease traveled up my spine. I paused, water bottle halfway to my lips, and listened intently. Nothing. Not a bird call, not an insect's buzz, not even the scurrying of small mammals through the underbrush, just the faint sound of my own breathing and the soft thud of my heart in my chest. Just a coincidence, I muttered to myself, the sound of my voice almost startling in the stillness. I continued onward, more alert now, eyes scanning the surrounding forest with greater intensity. The trees seemed to crowd closer, their massive trunks forming a labyrinth that required careful navigation. The mist had thickened, reducing visibility and distorting distances. By late afternoon, I reached a small plateau that offered a clear view of the valley below. According to my maps, I was within a mile of the western ridge, my destination for the day. I took advantage of the break in the tree cover to record my location on GPS and mark several observation points for tomorrow's survey. As I worked, the silence persisted. Even the wind, which typically howled across such exposed areas, remained eerily still. The hairs on my arms stood on end despite the moderate temperature. Something was wrong here, fundamentally wrong in a way I couldn't yet articulate. I decided to push forward rather than camp on the exposed plateau. The western ridge offered better shelter, and I'd stick to my original plan despite the growing discomfort gnawing at my instincts. That decision would prove to be my first mistake in a cascade of errors that would forever change my understanding of these mountains and of the ancient forces that dwell in places humans have never truly conquered. The descent from the plateau toward the western ridge took me through increasingly dense undergrowth. Sword ferns grew waist-high in places, their fronds brushing against my legs as I pushed through. The silence that had unsettled me earlier persisted, but now it was accompanied by an oppressive feeling, as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting. I had navigated challenging terrain many times before, but something about this particular stretch made me hyper-aware of every step, every sound. The snap of twigs beneath my boots seemed unnaturally loud in the stillness. Twice I paused, certain I had heard movement nearby, only to be met with that same suffocating quiet. "Getting jumpy, Redbird," I chided myself. "This isn't your first rodeo." When I reached a small stream that cut across my path, I crouched to refill my water bottle. That's when I noticed the first true anomaly: strange impressions in the soft mud along the bank. They resembled hoof prints, but were all wrong in their proportions. Too deep, too widely spaced, and with sharp indentations at the edges that no deer or elk could possibly make. I set down my pack and examined the tracks more carefully. Whatever had made them was heavy enough to sink several inches into the mud. Yet the spacing suggested a creature of impossible agility. The impressions formed a path that crossed the stream and continued into the thick underbrush on the opposite bank. Professional curiosity overrode my unease. I photographed the tracks, placed my field notebook beside one particularly clear imprint for scale, and made detailed sketches. My scientific mind cycled through possibilities: a deformed elk, perhaps, or some unusual combination of animals passing through the same area. Yet none of these explanations satisfied what I was seeing. The tracks were fresh, the edges still crisp, water barely beginning to seep into the deepest impressions. Whatever had made them had passed through recently, perhaps within the hour. I stood, brushing mud from my hands, and scanned the surrounding forest with new wariness. The logical part of my brain insisted there must be a natural explanation, but more primitive instincts, the ones that had kept my ancestors alive for countless generations, were screaming warnings. I crossed the stream and continued toward the ridge, but now I moved with the deliberate care of a hunter rather than the confident stride of a forester. My hand occasionally drifted to the hunting knife at my belt. A poor defense against whatever had left those tracks, but better than nothing. The western face of the ridge appeared through the trees as the afternoon light began to fade. I would need to make camp soon. According to my map, there was a suitable clearing about half a mile ahead that would offer some protection from the elements while providing good visibility of the surrounding area. As I picked my way through a particularly dense stand of trees, the snap of a branch froze me in place. It wasn't the sound of dead wood breaking underfoot, but the distinctive crack of living wood being bent beyond its breaking point, the sound of something large moving through the forest with little concern for stealth. I slowly lowered into a crouch, eyes scanning the shadowed spaces between trees. Nothing moved, yet the sensation of being watched intensified. The silence seemed to press against my eardrums, broken only by the soft sound of my controlled breathing. Then I saw it, just a glimpse, a flicker of movement between two massive cedars about 50 yards ahead. A figure that seemed to ripple with the shadows, moving with a fluid grace that belied its size. My first impression was of a moose, but all wrong, the proportions distorted, the limbs elongated in ways that defied natural anatomy. I blinked, and it was gone, leaving me to question whether I'd seen anything at all. The fading light played tricks on the eyes in dense forest, creating phantoms from shadows and movement from stillness. But the prickling of my skin and the cold sweat breaking across my forehead told a different story. Something was there, something that moved between the trees with deliberate purpose. I stood frozen for several minutes, straining to catch another glimpse of the figure. When nothing appeared, I finally continued forward, each step measured and silent. The clearing I sought was close now, and the prospect of making camp suddenly seemed both urgent and unwise. The clearing, when I reached it, was smaller than I'd anticipated from the map, perhaps 30 feet across, surrounded by ancient firs whose lowest branches were still 20 feet above the ground. The center was relatively flat, covered in moss and low ferns. Under normal circumstances, it would have been an ideal campsite. Now, it felt exposed, vulnerable. The surrounding trees seemed to loom rather than shelter, their massive trunks creating too many shadowed spaces where something could hide, watching. I set up camp with mechanical efficiency, my movements automatic after years of practice. Tent secured, sleeping bag unrolled, stove assembled. The routine helped calm my nerves somewhat, giving my hands purpose while my mind continued to process what I'd seen or thought I'd seen in the forest. As dusk deepened into twilight, I heated water for my freeze-dried meal, the small flame of my camp stove creating a circle of light that seemed to emphasize rather than dispel the growing darkness. The ridge loomed to the west, its silhouette a jagged line against the darkening sky. I ate without tasting the food, my attention fixed on the surrounding forest. The silence had taken on a new quality, expectant, like the hush before a thunderstorm. No nocturnal creatures began their evening songs. No owls called from the branches above. Just that same oppressive quiet that had accompanied me throughout the day. As I rinsed my utensils with water from my canteen, a sound finally broke the silence, a wet, guttural noise that raised the hair on the back of my neck. It resembled a choke and a gasp combined, neither fully animal nor recognizably human. The sound wasn't close, but it wasn't nearly far enough away for comfort. I doused my stove immediately, plunging the clearing into darkness. My night vision, still compromised by the stove's flame, took precious seconds to adjust. I crouched low, scanning the edges of the clearing, ears straining to locate the source of that disturbing sound. A loud snap echoed from the direction of the ridge, the unmistakable sound of a substantial branch breaking under significant weight. Then silence returned, heavier than before. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I spotted something at the edge of the clearing, barely distinguishable against the black wall of trees. Two legs, long and twisted, just standing there, half visible in the deepening dusk. They were the wrong kind of legs for anything I'd ever encountered. Elongated and sinewy, reminiscent of tree roots that had somehow been woven into limbs. My heart hammered against my ribs as I reached slowly for my knife, wishing I'd packed something far more substantial. The figure began to move, not rushing but advancing with deliberate, measured steps. Each movement revealed more of its form, a body that seemed to shift and adjust with every step, as if its very structure was fluid rather than fixed. It let out that noise again, that wet dragging sound like something trying to clear thick mud from its throat. The sound seemed to bypass my ears and reverberate directly in my chest, inducing a visceral dread unlike anything I'd experienced before. In the faint moonlight filtering through the canopy, I caught a clearer glimpse of what approached. Its body resembled a grotesque amalgamation of animal and vegetable matter, bark-like skin stretched over a frame that simultaneously evoked both elk and human, yet was unmistakably neither. Where a face should have been, there was only a slick hollowed-out space, a void that somehow conveyed malevolent attention despite the absence of recognizable features. It was the Root Wraith, though I wouldn't learn that name until much later. In that moment I knew I was facing something ancient and terrible, something that didn't belong in the rational world of scientific classification and field reports. And it was coming straight for me. The creature launched itself forward with explosive speed, those gangly limbs twisting in midair as it closed the distance between us. Pure instinct saved me. I dove sideways, feeling the rush of displaced air as it passed overhead, landing heavily where I had been crouching just moments before. I scrambled to my feet, knife gripped so tightly my knuckles ached, and faced the thing as it reoriented itself. Its body seemed to expand in the moonlight, crackling as it adjusted its form, stretching outward as if trying to make itself larger, more intimidating. The hollow space where a face should have been was now turned directly toward me, and despite the absence of eyes, I felt its focus with physical intensity. In that moment, rational thought evaporated. The scientific observer who had carefully documented unusual tracks hours earlier was gone, replaced by a creature of pure survival instinct. I ran. Abandoning my camp and equipment, I plunged into the forest, heading roughly east away from the ridge and toward what I desperately hoped might be the relative safety of more familiar terrain. My headlamp bounced wildly, its beam slicing through the darkness in chaotic arcs that transformed the forest into a nightmarish landscape of leaping shadows and disorienting flashes of illumination. Behind me, I heard the creature pursuing, not with the crashing desperation of my own flight, but with measured rhythmic movements that somehow conveyed absolute confidence. It knew these woods far better than I ever could. It wasn't hurrying because it didn't need to. My boots slapped against the wet ground, slipping on patches of moss and loose soil. Twice I nearly fell, catching myself on tree trunks as I careened through the undergrowth. My breath came in ragged gasps, each inhalation burning in my lungs as I pushed myself beyond sustainable limits. The forest seemed to close in around me, branches reaching like grasping hands, roots rising to catch my feet. Whether this was reality or my terrified perception, the effect was the same. The wilderness itself had become hostile, conspiring with the creature to hinder my escape. I remembered the ranger outpost marked on my map. A small seasonal structure used primarily during fire season but solidly built, and most importantly, equipped with a radio that might reach the main station. If I could reach it, I might find both shelter and a means to call for help. The outpost was roughly 2 miles east of my campsite, a distance I could normally cover in under an hour on well-marked trails. Now running blind through unfamiliar forest in the dark, pursued by something that defied natural law, it seemed an impossible goal. Yet it was my only hope. I altered my course slightly, angling northeast based on my mental map of the area. The terrain began to slope downward, and I used the decline to increase my speed, half running, half sliding down the steep embankment. The risk of injury seemed insignificant compared to what followed me. Every few seconds I caught glimpses of my pursuer, flashes of that twisted form moving between trees, sometimes paralleling my course rather than following directly behind. It was hurting me, I realized with a fresh surge of terror, like a wolf maneuvering prey toward a trap or a dead end. Understanding this, I abruptly changed direction, cutting sharply south despite the difficult terrain. I heard a sound from the creature, not the wet choking noise from before, but something higher pitched, almost like the creaking of wood under stress. Frustration, perhaps, or simply adjustment to my unexpected move. The momentary advantage gave me a surge of desperate hope. I pushed harder, ignoring the burning in my thighs and the stitch developing in my side. The forest began to thin slightly. the massive firs giving way to younger growth and occasional clearings created by fallen trees. In one such clearing, disaster struck. My foot caught on an exposed root, sending me sprawling face first into a patch of cold, wet mud. The impact knocked the wind from my lungs and sent my headlamp flying into the underbrush, its beam illuminating nothing but ferns before flickering and dying. I lay stunned for precious seconds, struggling to breathe, to orient myself in the sudden darkness. Behind me, I heard the creature approaching, that distinctive sound of twisted limbs moving across forest floor. Closer now, much closer. Panic gave me strength. I pushed myself up, hands sinking into the cold earth as I fought to regain my footing. My knife was gone, lost somewhere in the fall, and in the darkness there was no chance of finding it. As I finally managed to stand, I turned to face what pursued me. The root wraith loomed at the edge of the clearing, its elongated form silhouetted against the marginally lighter backdrop of the forest. It stood unnaturally still, that hollow non-face directed toward me with palpable malevolence. We remained frozen in this tableau for what seemed an eternity. The hunted and the hunter, evaluating each other in the moonlit clearing. Then it moved, advancing with that same deliberate pace that somehow conveyed more menace than any charge could have. My hand closed around a chunk of stone, a piece of shale about the size of my fist, sharp-edged and substantial. Without conscious thought, I hurled it directly at the creature's torso, putting every ounce of strength behind the throw. The rock struck with a sound unlike anything I'd heard before. Not the thud of stone against flesh, but a brittle crack more reminiscent of hitting hollow wood. The creature jerked backward, not in pain but seeming almost surprised, as if it hadn't expected resistance. That momentary hesitation was all I needed. I bolted across the clearing, plunging back into the forest on the opposite side. The outpost couldn't be far now, perhaps half a mile if my increasingly disoriented mental map was accurate. Without my headlamp, navigation became a nightmare of stumbling progress and whispered curses. The forest floor was treacherous with hidden obstacles, and more than once I collided painfully with low-hanging branches invisible in the darkness. Behind me, the sounds of pursuit resumed, closer now, and with a different quality. The measured confidence had been replaced by something more urgent, more aggressive. I had wounded its pride, perhaps, or simply demonstrated that I wouldn't be easy prey. Through breaks in the canopy, I caught glimpses of stars and used them to maintain my eastward bearing. My breath came in painful gasps, each inhalation like drawing fire into my lungs. I was reaching my physical limits, but terror provided fuel when my body had nothing left to give. And then through the trees ahead I saw it, the dark outline of the ranger outpost, a small, square structure perched on the edge of a natural clearing. Relief flooded through me with such intensity that my knees nearly buckled. With renewed determination, I pushed forward, covering the final distance in a desperate sprint. Behind me, I heard the creature crashing through the underbrush, abandoning stealth for speed as it realized its prey was about to escape. I reached the outpost door, yanked it open with strength born of absolute terror, and threw myself inside. With the last of my energy, I slammed the door shut and braced against it, gasping for breath as sweat poured down my face and back. For several heartbeats, there was only the sound of my ragged breathing and the thunder of blood in my ears. Then came a scratching, low and rhythmic on the other side of the door. The wood creaked under pressure but held firm. The outpost had been built to withstand the elements and wildlife, though surely not with this particular predator in mind. I fumbled in the darkness, searching for anything to reinforce the door. My hand closed around a wooden chair, which I wedged under the doorknob in a rudimentary but effective barricade. Only then did I allow myself to slide to the floor, back against the door, as the enormity of what had just happened began to settle over me. I was alive, at least for now. But outside, something waited, something patient and ancient and utterly inhuman. And all that separated us was a single wooden door. Inside the ranger outpost, darkness pressed close around me. I sat with my back against the door, feeling the occasional pressure as the creature outside tested its strength. Each push sent tremors through the wood and into my spine, a physical reminder of the thin barrier between myself and whatever hunted me. After several minutes of this, I gathered enough courage to move away from the door. Fumbling in the darkness, I located a shelf where emergency supplies were stored. My fingers closed around a familiar shape, a heavy flashlight, the kind kept charged for power outages. I switched it on, and blessed light flooded the small cabin. The outpost was a single room, perhaps 15 feet square. A desk with a radio sat against one wall, a small cot against another. A pot-bellied stove occupied one corner, with a neatly stacked pile of firewood beside it. Windows on 3 walls were shuttered from the inside with heavy wooden panels, a precaution against winter storms that now served as vital protection. I checked the radio first, holding my breath as I flipped the power switch. Nothing happened. I tried again, toggling switches and adjusting dials with increasing desperation. The unit remained stubbornly silent. Either the power was out, or the equipment itself had failed. Either way, my hope of calling for help evaporated. A sound from outside broke my concentration. Not the scratching or pushing against the door, but a different noise altogether. Something was circling the cabin, moving with deliberate slowness, testing the walls and windows. The scratching resumed, now at one of the shuttered windows, the sound of something hard dragging across wood. I backed away from the radio, flashlight beam trained on the window where the noise originated. The shutter shifted slightly under pressure but remained secure. The scratching continued for perhaps a minute, then stopped. Silence fell, heavy and expectant. I used the opportunity to take stock of my situation more thoroughly. The cabin was secure enough, but I had no food, no water beyond what remained in my canteen, and no means of communication. My pack containing my GPS, satellite phone, and emergency supplies remained back at my abandoned campsite. The most immediate concern, however, was not survival supplies but weaponry. If the creature managed to break through the door or one of the shutters, I would need something more substantial than my fist to defend myself. I searched the cabin systematically, methodically opening drawers and cabinets. In a storage closet, I found an old firefighting axe, its wooden handle worn smooth from use, its blade still reasonably sharp. It wasn't ideal, but it was substantial enough to provide some reassurance. I also located a rusted fire poker beside the stove, which I set aside as a secondary weapon. With these meager armaments assembled, I returned to the door and listened. The scratching had ceased, but I could sense the creature's continued presence, a weight in the air, a pressure that had nothing to do with atmospheric conditions. Then came the smell, a thick, rancid stench seeping through the cracks around the door and windows. It resembled decaying vegetation mixed with something metallic, like old blood or rusted iron. The odor filled the cabin with surprising speed, so intense it made my eyes water and my stomach heave. I pulled my shirt up over my nose, trying to filter the worst of it, but the stench seemed to bypass normal senses, triggering something deeper and more primitive in my brain. This was not just the smell of decay, but of wrongness, of something that existed in fundamental opposition to the natural order. Outside, movement resumed. The sound of something heavy shifting position, circling the cabin with methodical patience. Occasionally, a limb would test a shutter or scratch at the foundation where it met the earth. It wasn't random, the creature was systematically probing for weaknesses, applying pressure to different points to see where the structure might give. Hours passed this way, periods of silence interrupted by sudden violent testing of the cabin's integrity. I remained vigilant, moving from window to door as needed, axe gripped tightly in sweating hands. Each time the scratching or pushing intensified, I braced myself for the final assault that would breach my sanctuary. Each time the cabin held. By what I estimated to be midnight, a new phase began. The scratching stopped entirely, replaced by a different kind of assault. A sound emanated from just outside the door, a low rhythmic vibration that resembled speech without forming recognizable words. It rose and fell in patterns that almost made sense, as if a human voice had been stretched and distorted beyond recognition, yet retained the cadence of language. The effect was profoundly unsettling. I found myself straining to understand, leaning unconsciously toward the door despite every instinct screaming to maintain distance. The pseudo-speech burrowed into my mind, creating tantalizing glimpses of meaning that dissolved the moment I tried to grasp them. I realized with horror that I had moved to within inches of the door, one hand actually reaching for the handle. I jerked backward, shaking my head to clear it. The creature was attempting to lure me out, using some form of hypnotic sound to override my survival instincts. "Nice try," I muttered, retreating to the center of the cabin. "But I'm not that easy." The sound ceased abruptly, as if the thing had understood my words. In the silence that followed, I felt a shift in the quality of its attention. A recalculation perhaps, or the formulation of a new strategy. I used the reprieve to reinforce my barricades, dragging the desk in front of the door, piling anything heavy I could find against the shutters. The work helped focus my mind, driving back the lingering effects of that hypnotic pseudo-speech. As I worked, I found myself wondering about the creature's nature. What was it? Some undiscovered species? A mutation? Or something altogether outside scientific classification? The precise, intelligent testing of the cabin's defenses suggested an intelligence at least equal to human, possibly greater. Yet its physical form defied evolutionary logic, combining elements that should never exist together in a single organism. My scientific mind grasped for rational explanations, even as the evidence before me systematically destroyed the foundations of that rationality. Whatever waited outside was not merely unknown to science, it existed in deliberate contradiction to it. The night deepened. I checked my watch. 3:17 a.m. Dawn was still hours away, assuming the creature would retreat with the light, which was far from certain. My exhaustion had reached critical levels, my body demanding rest even as adrenaline kept me painfully alert. Outside, the testing of the cabin's integrity resumed. More forceful now, less exploratory and more determined. A shutter creaked ominously as something heavy pressed against it. The door shuddered under impact, the chair and desk shifting slightly with each blow. I moved between points of attack, reinforcing barricades and preparing to defend whichever barrier failed first. The axe felt increasingly inadequate against the power I sensed gathering outside, but it was all I had. At approximately 4:30 a.m., the assault reached its peak. The creature seemed to abandon strategy in favor of raw force, hurling itself against the door with impacts that shook the entire structure. Wood splintered, not breaking through but weakening with each blow. I braced the desk against the door with my body weight, feeling the impacts reverberate through the furniture and into my bones. The attack lasted perhaps 5 minutes, though it felt infinitely longer. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The silence that followed was so absolute it seemed to have physical presence, a vacuum of sound that pressed against my eardrums. I remained frozen in position, anticipating a final, devastating blow that would breach my defenses. Nothing came. Minutes stretched into a quarter hour, then half. The pressure in the air began to dissipate, the oppressive sense of malevolent attention gradually lifting. By the time the first gray light of dawn filtered through the cracks in the shutters, I had collapsed onto the cot, axe still clutched in my hand, hovering in that liminal space between exhaustion and hypervigilance where the body surrenders while the mind remains partially alert. I must have drifted into actual sleep at some point because I jerked awake to full daylight streaming through the gaps in the shutters. For a moment, disorientation gripped me. Where was I? Why was I holding an axe? Then memory flooded back, bringing with it a renewed surge of fear. With extreme caution, I approached one of the windows and peered through a small gap in the shutter. The clearing outside was empty, bathed in morning sunlight that transformed the nightmare landscape of the previous night into an ordinary forest scene. Birds sang in the distance, normal forest sounds that had been notably absent during my ordeal. Had it all been some kind of hallucination, a stress-induced breakdown? The damage to the door, splintered wood, and deep gouges in patterns no bear or mountain lion could create, testified otherwise. as did the lingering traces of that unnatural odor, still detectable beneath the fresher scents entering through the cabin's ventilation. It took another hour of observation before I gathered the courage to open the door. I unbarricaded it slowly, axe at the ready, prepared to slam it shut at the first sign of danger. When I finally eased it open, nothing lunged from hiding, just the normal sounds and smells of a forest morning. I stepped cautiously onto the porch, scanning the surrounding area with the hypervigilance of prey that has narrowly escaped predation. The clearing appeared normal, peaceful even, with no sign of the previous night's terror, until I looked down. There, in the soft earth before the cabin, were tracks. The same impossible impressions I had first observed by the stream. They circled the entire structure, confirming my sense of being systematically stalked throughout the night. The tracks were fresh, the edges still sharp in the morning light, and they led back toward the forest, not in the direction I had come from, but westward, toward the ridge that had been my original destination. I followed the tracks with my eyes to the tree line, where they disappeared into the undergrowth. Something in me wanted to follow, to confirm what I had seen, to document it properly as my scientific training demanded. A stronger instinct prevailed. Without returning to my abandoned campsite, without completing my survey, I began the long walk back to the trailhead where my truck waited, taking a route that gave the widest possible berth to the western ridge and the territory of what I had begun to think of as its guardian. The journey back to civilization passed in a blur of hypervigilance and exhaustion. I stuck to open trails and clearings whenever possible, avoiding dense forest and shadowed ravines. Every snapping twig or rustling leaf sent adrenaline surging through my system, leaving me trembling and disoriented in its wake. I reached my truck shortly before sunset, having covered nearly 15 miles without rest or proper sustenance. The sight of that weathered Ford Ranger, so mundane and yet so emphatically human, brought tears to my eyes. I fumbled with the keys, hands shaking so badly I could barely work the lock. Once inside, I sat for several minutes, doors locked, simply breathing. The familiar smell of old upholstery and pine air freshener grounded me in normality. I started the engine and drove away from the North Cascades with a sense of narrowly escaping something that should never have been encountered. The ranger station was closed when I arrived, which suited me perfectly. I wasn't ready to provide an explanation for my early return or missing equipment. Instead, I drove straight to my small cabin outside of Marble Mount, where I took the hottest shower my water heater could manage, scrubbing my skin raw as if trying to remove some invisible contamination. Sleep eluded me that night, despite my physical exhaustion. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that hollow non-face turned in my direction, felt the malevolent attention of something ancient and utterly inhuman, focused solely on me. When morning came, I called the Land Trust office and reported a medical issue that had forced me to abandon the survey. They were understanding, if disappointed, and asked if I needed replacement equipment for what I'd left behind. No, I said firmly. Nothing worth going back for. The woman on the other end paused, perhaps catching something in my tone. Did something happen out there, Arlen? I considered telling her then, describing the tracks, the creature, the night in the ranger outpost. The words formed in my mind but died before reaching my lips. Who would believe such a story? At best, they'd think I'd suffered some kind of breakdown or hallucination from altitude sickness or dehydration. At worst, my reputation as a reliable field specialist would be permanently damaged. Just a bad fall? I lied. Twisted my knee pretty badly. Should be fine in a week or so. She accepted this explanation without question, and we arranged for another surveyor to complete the assessment of the Western Ridge parcels. I didn't envy whoever took that assignment, but neither could I bring myself to offer a warning that would sound like the ravings of a madman. 2 weeks later, I returned to work, accepting assignments that kept me in the lowland forests and well away from the North Cascades. If my supervisors noticed this preference, they didn't comment on it. I developed a reputation for thoroughness in my reports and efficiency in completing assignments, traits that kept me employed and respected, even if I now refused certain territories. Months passed, and the visceral terror of that night began to fade, though it never disappeared entirely. I found myself researching obsessively, spending evenings in libraries and weekends combing through obscure archives. I was searching for anything that might explain what I had encountered, any historical account, folklore, or scientific anomaly that could give context to my experience. Most paths led nowhere, but occasionally I found fragments that resonated. In the anthropological archives at the University of Washington, I discovered accounts from early settlers describing walking trees in the deeper forests of the Pacific Northwest. These were typically dismissed as superstition or misidentified bears standing on hind legs. A deeper dive into indigenous folklore yielded more substantial connections. Several tribes of the region had stories of forest guardians, entities neither fully spirit nor physical being that protected certain sacred groves or mountains from human intrusion. These beings were described variously as shapeshifters, as having bodies formed from living wood, or as possessing the ability to mimic forest sounds to lure trespassers deeper into the wilderness. The closest match came from a collection of Salish legends recorded by an anthropologist in the 1920s. Among accounts of more well-known figures like Sasquatch was a brief description of a creature called the Root Wraith, an entity said to guard ancient forests against those who would harm them. The description was sparse but chillingly familiar. A being with a body of twisted roots and branches, able to move silently through dense forest, and possessing a profound animosity toward human intruders. The account included a crude drawing that made my blood run cold, an elongated figure with limbs that resembled gnarled tree roots in a hollow space where a face should be. I photocopied the page with shaking hands, adding it to my growing file of research. The name stuck in my mind, Root Wraith. It seemed fitting, capturing both the creature's physical appearance and the primal dread it inspired. As winter approached and the higher elevations became inaccessible, the Land Trust reassigned me to coastal forest assessments. During a routine meeting, I overheard a conversation that stopped me in my tracks. "Still no word from Jensen?" one of the coordinators asked. "Nothing," another replied. "Second surveyor to go missing in those western parcels. Management's talking about bringing in search and rescue, but with the snow already falling up there." I interjected before I could stop myself. "When did Jensen go up there?" They looked at me with mild surprise at my interest. 2 weeks ago, was supposed to radio in daily, but contact stopped on the second day. His truck's still at the trailhead. And the first surveyor, the one before me?" The coordinator consulted his clipboard. "Marshall. Daniel Marshall. Experienced guy. Knew those mountains better than anyone. Same story, went up in late spring. Never came back." I felt ill. Marshall hadn't forgotten his paperwork or taken an early retirement, and now Jensen had disappeared in the same area. Both had ventured near the western ridge, the territory I had fled. Both had encountered, what? The same entity that had hunted me. Had they been less fortunate in their escape? That night, I stared at my research material spread across my kitchen table. Photocopied legends, maps marked with locations of similar accounts, and my own detailed journal of what I had experienced. The evidence was circumstantial at best, delusional at worst. Yet I knew with bone-deep certainty that something ancient and malevolent guarded those remote forests, something that had allowed me to escape but had perhaps claimed others less fortunate. I considered going to the authorities, but what would I say? That a mythological forest entity was responsible for the disappearances? They would focus their investigation on me rather than the creature. In the end, I wrote an anonymous letter to the Land Trust, strongly recommending that the Western Ridge parcels be designated as a wilderness preserve, permanently closed to human activity. I included falsified soil sample reports suggesting potential environmental hazards that would make development inadvisable. It was deceptive but potentially life-saving. Whether due to my letter or other factors, the Land Trust eventually designated those parcels as a permanent ecological preserve, with access restricted to essential research personnel only. I felt a grim satisfaction when I heard the news, though it was tempered by guilt over the fates of Marshall and Jensen. Years have passed since my encounter with the Root Wraith. I still work in forestry, though I've transferred to the Olympic Peninsula, putting considerable distance between myself and the North Cascades. I've never returned to that region, and I've shared my story with no one until now. Sometimes, on particularly quiet nights when the wind drops and the forest falls silent, I find myself listening for that distinctive wet, choking sound. In my dreams, I still see those twisted limbs advancing through moonlit forest, still feel the hollow gaze of a faceless entity fixed upon me with ancient malevolence. I've come to a certain understanding about what happened, though it provides little comfort. There are places in this world that humans were never meant to intrude upon, territories guarded by entities far older than our brief civilization. The root wraith is one such guardian, neither fully natural nor supernatural, but something that exists in the borderlands between classified reality and formless myth. Why it allowed me to escape when others apparently weren't so fortunate remains a mystery. Perhaps it was testing the boundaries of its territory. Perhaps it was merely curious, or perhaps, and this thought disturbs me most, it let me go deliberately, knowing I would carry the story of its existence back to others, seeding fear that would keep humans away more effectively than taking another victim. When I hear of hikers or campers going missing in remote forests, I wonder how many have encountered similar guardians in other ancient places. How many disappeared not through accident or exposure, but through contact with entities that enforce boundaries we no longer recognize or respect. The forests hold secrets deeper and older than we imagine. I know this now with certainty that transcends scientific evidence. And I know that some knowledge once gained can never be unlearned, even when we desperately wish it could be. My name is Arlen Redbird, and in 1995, I encountered something in the North Cascades that exists beyond our classifications and catalogs. I survived to tell the story. Others were not so fortunate. And somewhere in those ancient mountains, the root wraith still waits, guarding its territory against human trespass with patient, implacable vigilance. Some lands should remain unexplored. Some boundaries should never be crossed. And some entities should be left undisturbed in their ancient domains, where they have dwelled since before our species first kindled fire against the darkness. My name is Coda Nightwolf, and I've been alone in these Alaskan woods for 3 years now. People ask why I took this job stationed at a remote cabin on Shadow Lake, hundreds of miles from the nearest town, checking on hikers and watching for fires in wilderness so vast it swallows sound itself. The truth is, I needed the silence after what happened in Anchorage. I used to be a city cop, working downtown beats where sirens wailed through concrete canyons and gunshots echoed off glass buildings. After 12 years of that chaos, after losing my partner in a convenience store robbery gone wrong, the noise never stopped. Even in my apartment at night, the city hummed and buzzed and scraped against my nerves until I couldn't think straight. When the Park Service posted the opening for Shadow Lake Station, I applied that same day. The helicopter dropped me here on a gray September morning, the pilot shouting over rotor wash about supply runs every 2 weeks and emergency protocols I'd never need. As the aircraft disappeared over the tree line, leaving me with just the whisper of wind through spruce and the gentle lap of water against the dock, I felt something loosen in my chest for the first time in months. The cabin sits on a small peninsula jutting into Shadow Lake, built from local timber in the 1960s and upgraded with solar panels and satellite communication gear. One room serves as living space, another as office and radio station. A wood stove provides heat, and a generator backup powers the electronics when storms knock out the solar array. The lake stretches 2 miles north to south, surrounded by dense forest that climbs into mountains on 3 sides. The 4th side opens onto the Copper River Valley, a broad expanse of wilderness that extends for hundreds of miles without roads or permanent settlements. My duties seemed straightforward: monitor weather and fire conditions, maintain hiking trails around the lake, assist lost or injured visitors during the brief summer season, and file daily reports with headquarters. The closest ranger station was 40 miles south at Beaver Creek, connected by a rough trail that took 8 hours to hike. In winter, When snow blocked the mountains and ice sealed the lake, I would be completely cut off for 4 months. I thought I understood isolation. The first month passed quietly. A few late-season hikers stopped by, grateful for hot coffee and trail information. I updated weather instruments twice daily, recorded lake temperature and water levels, tested the radio equipment. Evenings I read by kerosene lamp and listened to the sounds of the wilderness settling into autumn, the splash of jumping fish, the distant howl of wolves, the crack and groan of trees adjusting to temperature changes. In October, the hikers stopped coming. Migrating birds filled the sky for 2 weeks, then disappeared south, leaving the forest oddly quiet. I began noticing things that hadn't seemed significant before. Scratches on trees, too high and too regular to be natural. Unusual gaps in animal tracks around the cabin, as if creatures were avoiding something. The way my motion sensor lights sometimes triggered in the middle of the night, illuminating empty forest. The first real sign came on Halloween night, though I didn't realize its significance until later. I was splitting firewood behind the cabin when I heard something that made me pause mid-swing. It sounded like knocking 3 deliberate raps like someone at a door, but the sound came from the forest, maybe 50 yards away. I called out, thinking it might be a late-season hiker, but received no response. When I investigated, I found a dead spruce tree, bark stripped away in long vertical gouges. The wood underneath was fresh and white, still oozing sap. Something had clawed or scraped the tree recently, with enough force to penetrate deep into the trunk. The marks were spaced too wide for bear claws, and no bear I knew could reach 9 feet up a tree trunk. That night, lying in my narrow bunk, I heard the knocking again. 3 raps, closer this time, maybe 20 yards from the cabin. Then silence so complete it seemed to press against my eardrums. I grabbed my flashlight and service weapon, stepped onto the porch and swept the beam across the tree line. Nothing, but the smell hit me then. Musky, organic, like wet fur and rotting meat mixed with something else I couldn't identify. I checked the perimeter in the morning and found them. Footprints in the soft earth near the lake shore. Each print measured 18 inches long and 8 inches wide, with 5 distinct toe impressions. The depth suggested something weighing at least 400 pounds. The stride length was enormous, nearly 6 feet between steps. I photographed the prints, measured them carefully, included the images in my daily report. The response from headquarters was predictably skeptical. Black bears could leave large prints under certain conditions, they suggested. Might have been a moose track distorted by rain. Had I been drinking? But I knew what I'd seen, and as October gave way to November and snow began falling in the high country, the encounters escalated. The knocking became regular, every few nights, always after dark, always that same pattern of 3 deliberate raps. Sometimes it came from different directions, as if something were circling the cabin at a distance. Once I heard an answering knock from across the lake, then another from the mountains to the west, like signals being passed between unseen watchers. I installed additional motion sensors around the cabin and began keeping a detailed log of incidents. The sensors triggered frequently, but never revealed anything in their range. Tree branches swayed without wind. Rocks shifted positions overnight. My wood pile, neatly stacked against the cabin wall, was repeatedly scattered across the yard in configurations that seemed almost deliberate. The worst incident happened on a November night when the aurora borealis painted the sky in sheets of green fire. I was adjusting the satellite dish on the cabin roof when I heard something massive crashing through the forest. Trees snapped and bushes thrashed as whatever it was approached the lake from the north. I climbed down quickly, grabbed my rifle, and positioned myself in the doorway. The sound stopped at the forest edge, maybe 60 feet away. For several minutes, nothing moved except the dancing lights overhead. Then I saw it, a shape among the trees, darker than shadow, tall enough that its head was visible above the brush line. It stood motionless, and though I couldn't make out features, I felt the weight of its attention like a physical presence. I raised my rifle, centered the scope on the shape, but my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't hold steady aim. The thing seemed to sense my intention. It turned, moving with fluid grace despite its size, and melted back into the forest without a sound. When morning came, I found where it had stood. The ground was compressed in a rough circle, 8 feet across. Broken branches hung at head height 12 feet above the earth, and pressed deep into the frozen soil were those same enormous footprints, so clear I could see the texture of skin and the toe impressions. I knew then that I was sharing these woods with something that shouldn't exist, something ancient and intelligent, something that understood it was being watched and measured and recorded. As I radioed my daily report that morning, choosing my words carefully to avoid sounding unstable, I wondered if I was the first ranger at Shadow Lake to encounter this presence, or simply the first foolish enough to document it. The radio crackled with static as I signed off. Somewhere in the forest behind me, 3 deliberate knocks echoed through the trees. Winter arrived early that year, sealing Shadow Lake under 2 feet of ice by Thanksgiving. The isolation became absolute. No supply drops, no radio contact except for daily check-ins. No chance of evacuation until spring breakup. Just me, the cabin, and whatever lurked in the surrounding wilderness. I established routines to maintain sanity. Equipment checks every morning, weather readings at noon and 6 p.m., physical exercise to stay sharp. But as December shortened the days to barely 4 hours of gray light, those routines felt increasingly meaningless against the growing certainty that I was being systematically hunted. The pattern became clear over those dark weeks. My visitor, I'd started thinking of it as the Watcher, appeared most often during storms, using wind and snow to mask its movements. I would hear those distinctive knocks during blizzards, sometimes from multiple directions simultaneously, as if a whole group were coordinating their approach. The motion sensors continued their erratic triggering, but now I sometimes glimpsed massive shapes moving just beyond their range. On December 15th, the routine was shattered by an emergency transmission. A family of 4 had missed their check-in at Beaver Creek Station after attempting to cross the Copper River Valley on snowmobiles. Their planned route would take them within 10 miles of Shadow Lake. I was asked to monitor for signals, watch for smoke, and assist if they appeared in my area. The Hendricks family, Jim and Susan, with teenage children Mike and Jessica, had been missing for 36 hours when I picked up their distress beacon. The signal was weak and intermittent, suggesting damaged equipment, but the bearing put them northwest of my position, somewhere in the maze of valleys below Sentinel Peak. I prepared for a rescue mission with mixed feelings. My duty was clear, but venturing into the wilderness while being stalked by something unknown felt like walking into a carefully prepared trap. Still, 4 lives were at stake. I loaded my pack with survival gear, emergency medical supplies, and enough ammunition to fight a small war. The snowshoe trek toward their beacon took me through terrain I'd never explored, steep ravines choked with fallen timber, boulder fields hidden under deceptive snow, and dense thickets where shadows seemed to move independently of their sources. The temperature held steady at -15, cold enough to freeze exposed skin in minutes. I found their camp in a sheltered valley 3 hours from the cabin. 2 snowmobiles sat abandoned near a hastily constructed shelter built from pine branches and a torn tarp. Blood stained the snow around the camp, not much but enough to suggest injury. Their equipment was scattered as if they'd left in tremendous hurry. Inside the shelter, I found Jim Hendricks's journal, pages ripped and partially scattered. The final legible entry was dated 2 days earlier. Something followed us from the river crossing. Mike swears he saw it yesterday, tall as a tree, watching from the ridgeline. Susan thinks it's just the stress. But I've heard the calls at night. Not wolves, not anything I recognize. Decided to push for Shadow Lake tomorrow. Hope the ranger there can radio for extraction. The journal ended mid-sentence, as if he'd been interrupted while writing. I followed their trail from the abandoned camp. The family's snowshoe tracks headed southeast toward Shadow Lake, but they were accompanied by those other prints, the ones I knew so well. The Watcher had indeed followed them, sometimes walking parallel to their route, sometimes crossing directly over their path. In several places I could see where the family had stopped, huddled together, probably listening to sounds in the forest around them. The trail ended at Deadfall Creek, where rushing water kept the surface from freezing solid. Boot prints showed the family had tried to cross on a fallen log, but something had gone wrong. I found torn fabric caught on branches downstream, dark stains on the rocks that might have been blood. On the far side of the creek, only 3 sets of human tracks continued toward Shadow Lake. Someone hadn't made the crossing. I radioed headquarters with my preliminary findings, requesting immediate search and rescue backup. The response was frustrating but predictable. Weather conditions prohibited helicopter flights. The nearest ground team was at least 2 days away, and I was authorized to continue searching but advised to return to the cabin before nightfall. Following the remaining trail, I noticed changes in the family's movement pattern. Where their earlier tracks had shown steady, purposeful travel, now they were erratic. They'd stopped frequently, sometimes backtracking, sometimes breaking into runs that left deep, desperate impressions in the snow. And those other prints were everywhere, circling, converging, herding. I found Mike Hendricks in a shallow cave 5 miles from Deadfall Creek. The 17-year-old was hypothermic and incoherent, wrapped in an emergency blanket with his left arm bound in a crude splint. He'd been there at least 12 hours, maybe longer. Getting him conscious took precious time and most of my hot water. When he could finally speak, the words came in broken whispers. "It took Jessica first, at the creek. She fell, hurt her leg. The thing came out of nowhere, 8 feet tall, covered in hair like a bear but walking upright. Dad tried to fight it off with an axe, but it just grabbed her and disappeared into the trees. We could hear her screaming for maybe 5 minutes, then nothing." Mike's story became more fragmented as I worked to stabilize his injuries. The family had fled through the night, pursued by sounds in the darkness around them. His mother had collapsed from exhaustion somewhere near Owl Ridge. His father had stayed with her, sent Mike ahead to find help, but that was hours ago, and he'd lost the trail in a whiteout. I made the hardest decision of my career, leaving Mike in the cave with most of my supplies while I tried to locate his parents. He was stable enough to survive until morning, but Jim and Susan Hendricks were somewhere in this wilderness with an injured leg and no shelter. They wouldn't last another night in these temperatures. The search took me deeper into the mountains than I'd ever ventured. The wind had erased most tracks, but I followed logical routes someone in their situation might take. Game trails, stream beds, any path that offered easier travel. As darkness fell, I used my headlamp sparingly, preserving battery life while relying on moonlight reflected off snow. I found them in a clearing below Owl Ridge, huddled together against a massive pine tree. Susan Hendricks was unconscious, her breathing shallow and irregular. Jim was conscious but barely responsive, his movements sluggish with advanced hypothermia. Both showed signs of severe frostbite on fingers and toes. As I worked to stabilize them with my remaining supplies, Jim grabbed my arm with surprising strength. His eyes were wild, pupils dilated with shock and exposure. "It's still out there," he whispered. "Been following us all day. Staying just out of sight, but I can smell it. Waiting for us to get weaker." I listened carefully but heard only wind through the trees. Yet something felt wrong about the clearing. Too quiet, too still, as if the normal night sounds had been frightened into silence. Building a fire seemed like the only option to keep the Hendricks alive until morning, despite the risk of attracting unwanted attention. I cleared a spot in the snow, gathered dry wood from dead branches, and soon had flames crackling against the darkness. The orange light pushed back shadows but also made us visible for miles. That's when I heard them, those familiar 3 knocks, echoing from the ridgeline above us. They were answered from the valley below, then from somewhere to our left. We were surrounded. Jim Hendricks heard them too. He struggled to sit up despite his condition, staring at the dark forest around our small circle of firelight. "Jesus," he breathed, "there's more than one." The sounds began moving, deliberate footsteps crunching through snow, circling our position at a distance. Sometimes I caught glimpses of shapes between the trees, tall figures that seemed to flow rather than walk. The smell reached us then, that same musky organic odor I'd encountered at the cabin, but stronger now, mixed with something that reminded me of carrion. I kept my rifle ready while tending the fire, adding wood to maintain the flames that seemed to be our only protection. Whatever was out there appeared content to wait, maintaining their circle while making just enough noise to ensure we knew they were present. Susan Hendricks regained consciousness briefly around midnight. Her first words were about Jessica. "Did you find her? Is she safe?" I couldn't answer honestly. The likelihood of a 17-year-old girl surviving even a few hours in the custody of whatever had taken her was essentially zero. But hope might be all that kept this mother fighting hypothermia. "We'll find her," I lied. "Focus on staying warm." Dawn seemed impossibly far away. The temperature dropped steadily, and my wood supply was running low. Each time I ventured beyond the firelight to gather more fuel, I felt eyes watching from the darkness. Once, when reaching for a fallen branch, I saw a massive footprint in fresh snow just outside the circle of illumination, so close that whatever left it had been standing mere feet away while I worked. The worst moment came around 3 a.m. when Susan began seizing from hypothermia. As I struggled to control her convulsions, the sounds from the forest changed. The deliberate footsteps became more aggressive, branches snapped closer to our position, and the smell grew overwhelming. Something was working up the courage to approach. I fired 3 shots into the air, the universal distress signal, hoping the noise might drive them back. The sound stopped immediately, but I could feel the attention focused on us like a physical weight. They were still there, still watching, just more cautious now. When gray light finally crept over the mountains, I found tracks everywhere around our camp. Dozens of enormous footprints, some so fresh they couldn't be more than minutes old. The creatures had approached within yards of our fire during the night, close enough to observe every detail of our desperate vigil. But with daylight they had withdrawn. The helicopter arrived at noon, its rotor wash scattering ash from our dying fire across the clearing. As the medical team worked to stabilize Jim and Susan Hendricks, I briefed the search coordinator on what we'd found and carefully omitted what we'd encountered. Mike Hendricks was evacuated from his cave, suffering severe frostbite but alive. His parents were airlifted to Fairbanks General in critical condition. I volunteered to continue searching for Jessica, though everyone understood the grim mathematics of survival in sub-zero wilderness. The search team spent 3 days combing the area around Deadfall Creek. We found torn pieces of Jessica's jacket caught in trees nearly a mile from where she'd disappeared. Fragments of evidence that suggested she'd been carried rather than walking. The trail led into a maze of canyons and rock formations too dangerous to explore fully, especially with another storm system approaching from the west. On the final day of the official search, I found something the others had missed. Hidden in a grove of ancient pines was a structure unlike anything in my ranger training. A crude shelter built from interwoven branches, large enough to house something enormous. The ground around it was packed smooth from repeated use, and the smell was so intense I had to breathe through my mouth to avoid retching. Inside the shelter, partially buried under pine needles and debris, I found human remains. Not Jessica, these bones were much older, weathered by seasons of exposure. Along with the bones were artifacts that made my blood run cold: a wedding ring, a child's toy, fragments of clothing from different eras. This thing had been hunting people in these mountains for decades. I documented everything with photographs but kept my discovery from the search team. Without Jessica's body, there was nothing more we could do officially. The search was called off, the area marked as a probable fatality, and life moved forward with the ruthless efficiency that bureaucracy applies to unsolvable problems. But I couldn't let it rest. After the helicopters departed and I returned to Shadow Lake Station, I began preparing for what I knew was inevitable. The Watcher had allowed me to interfere with its hunt, had let me rescue 3 members of its chosen prey, but that intervention would require a response. It knew where I lived, knew my routines, had been studying me for months. The game had changed, and winter still had 2 months to run. I reinforced the cabin as best I could, boarding up windows, creating clear fields of fire, stockpiling ammunition and supplies. The radio remained my lifeline to the outside world, but I knew no help would come until spring. Whatever happened in these woods would be settled between predator and prey, just as it had been for thousands of years before rangers and radios and rescue helicopters. The first direct attack came on New Year's Eve. During a blizzard that dropped 4 inches of snow per hour and reduced visibility to arm's length. I was monitoring weather instruments when something struck the cabin wall with tremendous force, hard enough to shake the entire structure. Then another impact, and another, as if multiple attackers were coordinating their assault. I grabbed my rifle and extinguished all lights, relying on night vision to peer through cracks in the boarded windows. Shapes moved through the storm, at least 3 large figures circling the cabin, occasionally rushing forward to strike the walls or test the reinforced door. The wood groaned under their assault, but held. The attack lasted 6 hours. They tried everything, prying at the boarded windows, climbing onto the roof to claw at the metal chimney, even attempting to dig under the foundation. But the cabin had been built to withstand decades of Alaskan weather, and my reinforcements held against their assault. When dawn broke and the storm cleared, I found evidence of the siege everywhere. Claw marks gouged deep into the cabin walls, chunks of sod torn from the roof, and in the fresh snow, a complex pattern of enormous footprints showing how they'd coordinated their attack, approaching from multiple directions with tactical precision that spoke of intelligence far beyond animal instinct. More disturbing were the trophies they'd left behind, scattered around the cabin like calling cards. A hiker's boot, old and weathered, a piece of tent fabric. Most chilling of all, a child's mitten, small and bright red, partially buried near my woodpile. I radioed headquarters with a carefully worded report about storm damage to the cabin, requesting emergency evacuation due to structural concerns. The response was predictably unsympathetic. Weather conditions prohibited flights. Emergency services were overextended due to the recent search operation, and I was reminded that accepting this posting meant accepting the associated risks. I was on my own until spring breakup, at least 6 weeks away. The psychological warfare began immediately. Every night brought new harassments, sounds of something large moving around the cabin, scratching at the walls, testing doors and windows for weakness. My motion sensors triggered constantly, but the attackers had learned to stay just beyond the range of their lights. Most unsettling were the calls, vocalizations unlike anything in my experience with North American wildlife. Deep, resonant sounds that seemed to carry meaning, as if different individuals were communicating with each other. Sometimes they came from directly outside the cabin, so close I could feel the vibrations through the walls. Other times they echoed from miles away, passing messages across vast distances of wilderness. I began losing weight from stress and broken sleep. My daily reports became increasingly cryptic as I struggled to document what was happening without sounding completely insane. The isolation was becoming a weapon they wielded expertly, knowing that fear and exhaustion would eventually weaken my defenses. The breakthrough came in February, during a brief warm spell that softened the snow enough for detailed tracking. Following fresh prints from the previous night's harassment, I discovered something that changed my understanding of what I was facing. Hidden in a cluster of boulders half a mile from the cabin was a cache. Not just food storage, but a deliberate collection of objects taken from human victims over many years. Backpacks arranged by size and color. Camping gear sorted by function. Personal items organized with the methodical care of a museum curator. Among the artifacts was a Park Service radio, its battery long dead but its call sign still visible, Shadow Lake Station. My predecessor, the ranger who'd held this posting before me, had supposedly transferred to a station in Colorado, but here was his equipment, carefully preserved in this macabre collection. I found his journal buried beneath newer acquisitions, its final entries documenting encounters identical to my own. The last legible page was dated 3 years earlier, just before the spring breakup that should have brought his rotation out of these mountains. They've been patient, but winter is ending, and I think they know I'll be leaving soon. The harassment has stopped completely. No sounds, no movement, nothing for 5 days now. It feels wrong, like they're waiting for something. Maybe I'm finally going crazy from the isolation, but I keep thinking they want me to make the first move. The journal ended there. Whatever had happened to Ranger Peterson during his final days at Shadow Lake Station was now happening to me. Understanding their patience changed everything. They weren't trying to drive me away or break into the cabin. They were waiting for me to venture out, to make myself vulnerable during the inevitable supply run or equipment repair that would force me into the open. The siege was just preparation, psychological conditioning to ensure I was properly afraid when the moment came. But knowing their strategy gave me an advantage they couldn't anticipate. Instead of waiting passively for spring extraction, I began planning an offensive. If the Watcher and its companions wanted a hunt, I would give them one, but not the kind they expected. I spent 2 weeks preparing, using techniques learned in military training that predated my police career. I created caches of supplies and ammunition at strategic points around the lake, prepared escape routes and fallback positions, studied their movement patterns during nightly observations. Most importantly, I identified their weakness. For all their intelligence and coordination, they were creatures of habit, following the same approaches and retreat paths night after night. The final confrontation came on a clear, cold night in late February. Aurora Borealis painted the sky in curtains of green and gold, providing just enough light for what I had planned. I left the cabin openly, carrying a heavy pack and following the trail toward Beaver Creek Station, as if attempting the overland journey to my nearest neighbor. They followed, of course. I could hear them moving through the forest parallels to the trail, keeping pace but staying hidden. The sounds of their movement became bolder as I traveled farther from the cabin's protection, as if they sensed the culmination of their long hunt approaching. When I reached the predetermined ambush point, a narrow valley where the trail crossed open ground between steep ridges, I activated my plan. Emergency flares, scattered and hidden during previous reconnaissance, suddenly blazed to life on both sides of the valley. The creatures were caught in brilliant red illumination, their positions revealed for the first time. There were 5 of them, massive bipedal figures covered in dark hair, moving with fluid grace despite their size. The largest stood nearly 9 feet tall, its shoulders broad enough to span a doorway. They froze in the sudden light, dark eyes reflecting the flare's crimson glow like mirrors. I had perhaps 30 seconds before they overcame their surprise and either fled or attacked. Using a hunting rifle equipped with a scope and loaded with high-velocity rounds designed for large game, I took careful aim at the largest figure. The shot echoed through the valley like thunder. The creature staggered, dark blood visible against its hair, but it didn't fall. Instead, it turned toward me with an expression of rage and intelligence that no animal should possess. The others began moving immediately, spreading out to flank my position with tactical precision. What followed was the most terrifying 15 minutes of my life. Using pre-positioned supplies and prepared firing positions, I fought a running battle against creatures that combined animal strength with human-level intelligence. They adapted quickly to my tactics, using cover effectively, coordinating their movements, even attempting to drive me toward positions where their superior reach and strength would be decisive. I wounded at least 2 more before my ammunition ran low and retreat became necessary. Following escape routes I'd scouted previously, I made my way back to the cabin through forests that had become a battleground. Behind me, the sounds of pursuit gradually faded, but I knew this was temporary. I'd escalated beyond their patience, beyond their careful psychological games. They would come for me directly now. I spent the next 3 days and nights in a state of siege warfare, moving constantly between prepared positions around the cabin, never staying in one place long enough for them to coordinate an assault. They tried several approaches: direct attacks on the cabin's defenses, attempts to drive me into the open with fire and noise, even what appeared to be a crude attempt to divert the stream that supplied my water. But something had changed in the dynamic. Whether from the wounds I'd inflicted or simple recognition that I was more dangerous than previous prey, they began showing increased caution. The attacks became less frequent, more probing than committed. Several times I caught glimpses of them withdrawing when they thought I was well positioned to defend myself. On the 4th morning, the forest fell completely silent. I waited through the day for renewed assault, but it never came. When night fell with no sounds of movement in the surrounding wilderness, I began to understand. They had withdrawn, not in defeat, but in recognition that the cost of continuing this hunt had grown too high. The spring breakup came early that year, ice cracking with sounds like gunshots as Shadow Lake began its seasonal thaw. When the supply helicopter finally arrived in March, I was packed and ready to leave. I filed my resignation that day, citing personal reasons that couldn't be discussed in official reports. The Park Service accepted my decision with the bureaucratic indifference typical of government agencies losing an experienced employee. Shadow Lake Station would be transferred to a new ranger that summer, someone fresh and eager to experience the pristine wilderness of interior Alaska. I never told them about Ranger Peterson. I never mentioned the cache of human artifacts hidden in the boulder field. I never explained the real reason that Shadow Lake Station had such difficulty maintaining permanent staff. Some knowledge is too dangerous to share. Some truths too terrible to document in official files. The creatures that hunt in those mountains have been there longer than human memory, and they'll be there long after rangers and radio towers and rescue helicopters have been forgotten. I live in Arizona now, working security for a mining company, surrounded by desert and open sky. But sometimes, on clear nights when the wind carries unfamiliar scents, I hear echoes of those 3 deliberate knocks and wonder if the next ranger at Shadow Lake Station is learning what I learned in those dark woods. Some hunts never really end. They just find new prey. I want to start off by saying that even though this event took place 5 years ago, I still get anxious when I think about it. Sometimes at night, I'll wake up in a cold sweat, my heart hammering against my ribs, and for a few terrifying seconds, I'm 12 years old again, lying in that shelter, listening to footsteps circling in the darkness. It was the summer I turned 12. My parents had signed me up for a week-long wilderness camp at Pine Ridge Forest, about 3 hours north of our town. At first I was excited. I'd be going with several classmates, Tyler, Brandon, and Chris, kids I'd known since elementary school. The camp promised adventure, hiking, canoeing, wilderness survival skills, and nights spent under the stars. What could possibly go wrong? The first day was everything I'd hoped for. We arrived in the afternoon, the sun filtering through the dense canopy of pines and oaks, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. The air smelled clean, crisp with the scent of pine needles and earth. Our camp counselor, a weathered man in his 50s named Mr. Patterson, showed us to our assigned shelter, a 3-sided wooden structure with a slanted roof, open on one side to face the forest. 4 sleeping bags were already laid out on the wooden platform. "This is home for the weak, boys," Mr. Patterson said, his voice gruff but not unkind. "Bathroom facilities are about 50 yards that way. Mess hall is in the opposite direction. Lights out at 2200 hours. Any questions?" We shook our heads, too excited to care about the rules. That evening, we roasted marshmallows over the central campfire, sang songs I barely knew the words to, and listened to Mr. Patterson tell stories about the forest, how old it was, what kind of wildlife lived there, the importance of respecting nature. It all seemed so innocent then. I woke up suddenly that first night, my eyes snapping open in the darkness. For a moment, I couldn't remember where I was. Then I heard it, the sound that must have pulled me from sleep. Footsteps, slow, deliberate footsteps crunching on the dried leaves and twigs just outside our shelter. My mouth went dry. I lay perfectly still, not even daring to breathe too loudly. The footsteps continued, moving from left to right across the open side of our shelter. Whoever it was seemed to be pacing, back and forth, back and forth. I could hear each individual step, the way the leaves crackled and branches snapped under their weight. This wasn't a deer or raccoon. This was someone much heavier. I wanted to wake Tyler, who was sleeping next to me, but I was too terrified to move. What if the person outside heard me? What if they came closer? Instead, I lay there in my sleeping bag, my hands balled into fists, my jaw clenched so tight my teeth ached. I kept my eyes fixed on the darkness beyond our shelter, trying to make out any shape or movement. The footsteps continued for what felt like hours but was probably only 15 or 20 minutes. They would pause occasionally, and during those pauses, the silence was even more terrifying than the sound. I imagined someone standing there just beyond my field of vision, watching us sleep, deciding what to do next. Finally, after an eternity, the footsteps moved away, growing fainter until I couldn't hear them anymore. Only then did I allow myself to breathe properly again. My whole body was shaking. I told myself it was probably just a camp counselor doing rounds, checking on the shelters. But something about those footsteps felt wrong. They'd been too slow, too deliberate, too interested. I must have fallen back asleep eventually because the next thing I knew, the sun was streaming into our shelter, and Tyler was shaking my shoulder, telling me we'd miss breakfast if we didn't hurry. I sat up, groggy and disoriented. The events of the night before seemed almost dreamlike in the morning light. Throughout breakfast and the morning activities, a nature walk where we learned to identify different types of trees and animal tracks, I kept thinking about those footsteps. Should I tell someone? But what would I say? That I heard walking outside our shelter? It sounded ridiculous in the daylight. I decided to keep it to myself. That second night, I went to bed with a sense of dread curling in my stomach. I tried to tell myself I was being paranoid, that nothing would happen. But as I lay there in the darkness, listening to my friend's steady breathing, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Around midnight, I heard them again. The footsteps. This time they were slower, more cautious, and they were closer. The sound seemed to come from right at the edge of our shelter, as if someone was standing just a few feet away, carefully stepping through the undergrowth. My heart started racing so fast I thought I might pass out. This time, I couldn't just lie there. I needed to know what was out there. Slowly, trying not to make any sound, I sat up in my sleeping bag. The darkness beyond the shelter was complete. No moon tonight, just an impenetrable black void. But before I looked outside, I knew I needed backup. I reached over and grabbed Tyler's arm, squeezing hard. He woke with a start, and I quickly put my hand over his mouth before he could speak. I leaned close to his ear and whispered, barely audible, "Someone's outside. Wake the others. Don't make noise." Tyler's eyes went wide, but he nodded. He turned and woke Brandon, who woke Chris. Within a minute, all four of us were sitting up, staring into the darkness, listening. The footsteps had stopped. "What?" Brandon started to whisper, but I held up my hand to silence him. We waited. The silence stretched on, broken only by the normal sounds of the forest at night. Crickets chirping, the distant hoot of an owl, wind rustling through leaves. Maybe whoever it was had left. I decided I needed to look. Slowly, I crawled to the edge of the sleeping platform and peered out into the darkness. At first, I saw nothing, just the black shapes of trees against a slightly less black sky. But then, as my eyes adjusted, I saw it. A figure, a human figure, standing perfectly still about 20 feet from our shelter, half hidden behind a tree. The figure was just standing there, not moving, not making a sound. I couldn't make out any features in the darkness, but I could see the outline of a person, tall, adult-sized, watching us. My whole body went rigid with fear. I couldn't look away, couldn't move, couldn't even swallow. We stared at each other across the darkness, me and this unknown person, for what felt like an eternity. Then, suddenly, the figure turned and walked away, disappearing into the forest. I scrambled back from the edge of the platform, my breath coming in quick, panicked gasps. Tyler grabbed my arm. "What? What did you see?" "Someone," I managed to whisper. "A man. He was just standing there, watching us." The next morning, I felt like I hadn't slept at all. Dark circles shadowed my eyes, and I kept yawning throughout breakfast. Tyler, Brandon, and Chris looked similarly exhausted. We'd stayed awake for at least another hour after I saw the figure, huddled together in our sleeping bags, jumping at every sound. Eventually, exhaustion had won out, but it had been a restless, nightmare-plagued sleep. "You boys look terrible," Mr. Patterson observed over breakfast. Didn't sleep well? Fine, I lied, not meeting his eyes. I still wasn't sure if I should tell someone about what I'd seen. But what if they didn't believe me? What if they said I just imagined it? Worse, what if they cut our trip short and sent us home? Despite everything, part of me didn't want to leave. Leaving felt like admitting I was too scared, too much of a child. After breakfast, Mr. Patterson gathered all the campers together. "Today we're doing something special," he announced. "We're taking you deeper into the forest for a wilderness experience. You'll be divided into small groups and given the chance to explore on your own within limits, of course." He explained the rules. We had to stay within a marked area. We couldn't go more than half a mile from the trail, and we absolutely had to be back at the meeting point by 1500 hours, 3 p.m. Anyone who's late faces kitchen duty for the rest of the week, he warned. The four of us were assigned to stick together. We were given a compass, a whistle in case of emergency, and a map marked with the boundaries we couldn't cross. "And boys," Mr. Patterson added, his weathered face serious, "I mean it. Stay within the marked area. The forest is bigger than you think, and it's easy to get lost." We set off down the trail with the other groups, but once we were deep enough into the forest, we branched off on our own. The excitement of being unsupervised in the wilderness temporarily pushed aside my fear from the previous nights. We explored, finding interesting rock formations, climbing trees, and pretending we were real wilderness explorers. We'd been wandering for maybe an hour when we saw him. At first he was just a distant figure through the trees. We'd veered slightly off the main trail, following what looked like a deer path through a particularly dense section of forest. The underbrush was thick here, and the canopy overhead blocked out most of the sunlight, creating a dim, greenish twilight, even though it was the middle of the day. "Hey, is that one of the counselors?" Brandon asked, squinting through the trees. I followed his gaze and felt my stomach drop. It was a man not wearing the camp uniform, just regular clothes. He was standing about 40 yards away, partially obscured by trees and undergrowth, and he was looking directly at us. "I don't think so," I said quietly, a prickle of unease running up my spine. As we stood there watching him, the man raised his hand and waved a slow, deliberate gesture. Then he beckoned us toward him. "No," I said immediately. "No way. We're not going over there." "Why not?" Chris asked. "Maybe he's a hiker. Maybe he needs help or something. Or maybe he's the guy who's been creeping around our shelter at night," I shot back, my voice sharper than I intended. They all looked at me. "What are you talking about?" Tyler asked. I realized I'd never told them about the first night. I quickly explained the footsteps I'd heard alone, how they'd paced back and forth outside our shelter for nearly 20 minutes. "Why didn't you tell us?" Brandon asked, looking hurt. "I thought I was imagining it. I thought maybe it was just a counselor checking on us or something. But now," I gestured toward the man who was still standing there, watching us. "I don't know, something feels wrong." "We should go back," Tyler said, and I felt a rush of relief that someone agreed with me. But Chris was already shaking his head. "That's rude. What if he really does need help? What if he's lost or hurt? Then he can wave down one of the counselors," I argued. "Come on, let's just—" I stopped mid-sentence because the man had started walking toward us. He wasn't running, wasn't moving quickly, but he was definitely approaching, and as he got closer, I could see his face more clearly. He was smiling. Not a normal, friendly smile, but something wider, more intense. His eyes were fixed on us with an unwavering stare that made my skin crawl. "Hey, boys," the man called out as he got closer, his voice carrying through the quiet forest. "Want to have some fun?" Everything in my body was screaming at me to run, but I felt frozen in place. The man was about 20 feet away now, close enough that I could see details: his greasy hair, his wrinkled shirt, the way his smile didn't reach his eyes. Those eyes were cold, calculating, completely at odds with his jovial tone. "No thanks," I managed to say, my voice shaking. "We have to get back to the Rangers. Our group, they're expecting us." I said Rangers deliberately, hoping it would remind him that we weren't alone out here, that we had people looking out for us. But his smile didn't waver. "Aw, Come on, he said, taking another step closer. Just for a little while. I know a great spot, real pretty, where we could... We said no, I interrupted, louder this time, finding my courage. We have to go. Now. I grabbed Tyler's arm and started backing up, pulling him with me. Brandon and Chris followed, all of us moving slowly backward, keeping our eyes on the man. For a terrible moment, I thought he was going to follow us, thought he was going to chase us through the forest. But after a few seconds, his smile faded slightly. All right then, he said, his voice cooler now, less friendly. Your loss. You boys be careful out here. A lot of dangerous things in these woods. The way he said dangerous made my stomach turn. It sounded like a threat. He turned and walked away, disappearing back into the trees. We didn't move for a full minute, just stood there watching the spot where he'd vanished, making sure he was really gone. What the hell was that? Brandon whispered, his face pale. We need to tell Mr. Patterson, Tyler said. Right now. We need to get back and tell him there's some creep out here. We hurried back toward the trail, practically jogging. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see the man following us. We made it back to the meeting point with an hour to spare, and immediately found Mr. Patterson. There was a man, I said breathlessly, in the forest. He tried to get us to go with him. Mr. Patterson's expression turned serious immediately. He made us describe exactly where we'd been, what the man looked like, what he'd said. Then he radioed someone, camp security, I think, and gave them the information. You boys did the right thing, he told us. You didn't go with him, you came straight back and reported it. That's exactly what you should do. But his praise didn't make me feel any better, because I had a horrible suspicion that the man in the woods and the figure outside our shelter were the same person. And if I was right, he knew exactly where we were sleeping. That night, I didn't want to go to sleep. None of us did. We lay in our sleeping bags, whispering to each other, trying to convince ourselves that everything would be okay. Mr. Patterson had assured us that security would be patrolling the camp all night. They'd increase their rounds. We were safe. But I didn't feel safe. Around 11 o'clock, we heard them. The footsteps, slower and more cautious than before, but unmistakable. Someone was circling our shelter again. This time, I didn't hesitate. I sat up immediately and hissed, "Wake up, he's back!" We all scrambled up, reaching for the flashlights we'd deliberately kept close to our sleeping bags. But we didn't turn them on yet. We didn't want to alert whoever was out there that we were awake. The footsteps continued, that same deliberate pace, moving from one side of our shelter to the other, back and forth, back and forth. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped my flashlight. "We have to look," Tyler whispered. "We have to see if it's him." "Are you crazy?" Brandon hissed back. But I knew Tyler was right. We couldn't just lie here like scared children, waiting for something to happen. We needed to see, needed to know for sure. And maybe if we confronted him, if we made noise and let him know we were aware of him, he'd leave us alone. "On three," I whispered. We all looked together. "Turn on your flashlights at the same time." My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I counted down. 3. We all scrambled to the edge of the platform and turned on our flashlights simultaneously, 4 beams of light cutting through the darkness. And there he was, the same man from the forest, standing less than 10 feet from our shelter, caught in the glare of our flashlights like a deer. But unlike a deer, he didn't run. He just stood there, that same unsettling smile spreading across his face. "Well, well," he said softly, "you boys can't sleep either?" That's when Brandon lost it. He'd been clutching something in his sleeping bag, his pocket knife, the one his dad had given him for the trip. He pulled it out now, flipping it open with a sharp snick that seemed impossibly loud in the quiet night. "Get away from us," Brandon shouted, his voice cracking with fear and adrenaline. "I swear to God, if you come any closer, I'll use this." He was waving the knife around, and even though it was probably only a 3-inch blade, in that moment it looked deadly. I'd never seen Brandon like this, completely terrified but also fiercely protective, ready to fight if he had to. The effect on the man was immediate. His smile vanished. For the first time, he looked uncertain, maybe even afraid. He took a step back, then another. "Whoa, okay, easy there," he said, raising his hands. "No need for that, I was just—" "Just what?" Tyler shouted, finding his voice. "Just creeping around our shelter in the middle of the night. Just following us around. We already reported you. The Rangers know about you." Whether that last part was entirely true or not, I don't know, but it worked. The man's eyes widened slightly. He glanced around as if suddenly realizing how exposed he was, how our shouts might draw attention. Then, without another word, he turned and ran. We heard him crashing through the underbrush, his footsteps growing fainter and fainter, until they disappeared entirely. We stood there for a long moment, our flashlights still pointing into the empty darkness where he'd been standing. Then Brandon's hand started shaking so badly he almost dropped the knife. "We need to get Mr. Patterson," Chris said. "Right now." We didn't bother getting dressed or putting on shoes. We just grabbed our flashlights and ran toward the camp counselor's cabin in our pajamas, our bare feet pounding against the dirt path. We hammered on Mr. Patterson's door until he opened it, looking confused and half asleep. "He was here," I said, the words tumbling out in a rush. "The man from the forest, he was standing right outside our shelter. He's been doing it every night. He's been watching us sleep." The rest of that night was chaos. Mr. Patterson called the camp director, who called the local police. Officers arrived within 30 minutes, flashlights and radios crackling. They searched the woods around our shelter, but the man was long gone. They asked us dozens of questions, what he looked like, what he'd said, exactly where and when we'd seen him. We didn't sleep at all that night. Instead, we sat in the mess hall with Mr. Patterson and another counselor drinking hot chocolate that had long since gone cold, watching the sky slowly lighten through the windows. As dawn broke, my parents arrived. They'd driven 3 hours in the middle of the night after receiving a call from the camp director. My mother pulled me into a crushing hug the moment she saw me, and I felt tears burning in my eyes for the first time since the whole ordeal began. I hadn't cried when I heard the footsteps, hadn't cried when I saw the figure in the darkness, hadn't even cried when the man stood outside our shelter with that horrible smile. But now, in my mother's arms, safe again, I couldn't hold it back anymore. We left camp that morning. So did Tyler, Brandon, and Chris with their families. The camp director apologized profusely, promised they were taking every precaution, assured our parents that the police were taking the matter seriously. But none of that mattered. We were done with Pine Ridge Forest. The police never caught the man, as far as I know. I heard later that they'd increased patrols in the area, that the camp had installed better lighting and security systems, but they never found him. That was 5 years ago now. I'm 17, almost an adult myself, but I still think about it sometimes, about that man in the forest, about his strange smile and cold eyes, about the sound of footsteps circling our shelter in the darkness. I think about what might have happened if Brandon hadn't had that knife, if we hadn't scared him off. I think about how many other kids might have been at that camp before us, whether he'd approached them too, whether they'd all been as lucky as we were. The worst part, the thing that still keeps me up some nights, is that I'll never know what he wanted, what he was planning. What would have happened if we'd said yes to his invitation into the woods, or if we'd been too scared to fight back that final night. I don't go camping anymore. My friends and I never talk about it, but I know they remember too. Sometimes I'll see Tyler in the hallway at school, and our eyes will meet, and I'll know we're both thinking about the same thing. About the summer we were 12, and the man who watched us sleep. People always say that the scariest monsters are the ones that are real, the human ones. They're right, because somewhere out there, that man is still walking around, still smiling that strange smile, maybe still hanging around places where children gather, looking for his next opportunity. That thought terrifies me more than any ghost story ever could. I learned the hard way that danger doesn't always bring a loud announcement. It can slide right into your day, disguised as a fleeting movement among the trees or a quiet shift in the breeze that carries something rank and wrong. My name is Gideon Mercer, It was 2021 and it happened on the outskirts of Redwood Falls, Minnesota. While I was out hunting in late October with a muzzleloader I'd inherited from my grandfather. I'd been hunting since I was 16, guided by my uncle who taught me how to track whitetail trails and set up a proper blind. Back then, the biggest threat I worried about was losing my footing or running into a disgruntled raccoon near our camp. Now that I'm in my 30s, I still hunt for the satisfaction of providing my own game and for the solitude of it all. My buddies will tell you I'm a restless guy who likes to crack jokes when things get tense. And I'll admit I'm not the silent type. Sometimes that means my deer hunts are more about me telling stories than actually spotting a buck. That autumn, my best friend Manny joined me for the first few days. He's a father of 3, always juggling soccer practices and weekend chores, so he rarely gets a chance to head outdoors. He stayed in the campsite until Wednesday evening, then had to rush home for a family emergency. His youngest had come down with something nasty, fever spiking to dangerous levels. That left me alone in the thick patch of woods along the Redwood River. I figured I had the weekend to myself, and I planned to pack up Sunday morning. The farmland around Redwood Falls is mostly rolling terrain, dotted with pockets of oak and pine. The air smelled crisp and the leaves were turning brilliant shades of gold and scarlet. But underneath that autumn sweetness, there was something else. A faint stench that reminded me of meat left too long in a warm car, though I couldn't pinpoint where it was coming from. The smell would come and go with the wind, making me wrinkle my nose and look around nervously. On Thursday morning, I heard local chatter over my radio about a missing college student. The voice was tense, strained, not the usual casual tone of park rangers coordinating routine searches. People were searching the trails near Ramsey Park, which wasn't too far from where I'd pitched my tent. I remember thinking it was strange. I'd heard rumors of missing hikers and campers in different parts of the state, but Redwood Falls isn't known for that kind of trouble. What made it stranger was how the radio chatter kept cutting out. Mid-sentence, the voices would dissolve into static, then return moments later with an edge of panic that hadn't been there before. "We found her backpack," one voice crackled through. "But there's no sign of struggle. It's like she just vanished." The radio went dead for a full minute after that. Still, I shrugged it off, assuming it was a misunderstanding or maybe someone just got lost. The area can be disorienting if you wander away from the main paths. What I didn't know then was that the missing student, a girl named Jessica from the local community college, had been found 3 days earlier. Her roommate had filed the report, but Jessica herself had called it in from her dorm room, confused and claiming she'd been in the woods for days. She had no memory of how she'd gotten back. No memory of the time in between. All she could remember were eyes. Yellow eyes that reflected light like an animal's, but set in something that walked upright through the trees. That same day I set out before dawn, carrying a thermos of black coffee and my old muzzleloader. The forest was too quiet. Even for early morning there should have been bird calls, the rustle of small animals, something. Instead there was only the sound of my boots crunching on fallen leaves and the occasional groan of tree branches swaying overhead. The silence felt heavy, oppressive, like the woods themselves were holding their breath. Around mid-morning, I found a good vantage point near a cluster of boulders that looked like they'd been arranged deliberately. The arrangement bothered me. 3 large stones forming a perfect triangle with a smaller one in the center, almost like some kind of primitive marker. I'd never noticed them before, despite hunting these woods for years. I settled in anyway and waited, scanning the tree line for the flicker of a tail or the glint of antlers. By noon my stomach rumbled, but something else caught my attention first. Carved into the bark of a nearby oak were strange symbols, lines and circles that didn't look like typical hunting markers or lovers' initials. They were too deep, too deliberate, and they seemed to pull at my vision in an uncomfortable way. The longer I stared, the more they seemed to shift and writhe, until I had to look away with a sharp headache pounding behind my eyes. I decided to hike back to camp for a quick lunch, but on my way I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Footprints that weren't mine or Manny's led deeper into the woods, but these weren't normal prints. They were spaced in impossibly long strides, at least 6 feet apart, and the impressions were wrong. Too long, too narrow, with what looked like claw marks at the tips. More disturbing was how the prints seemed to follow the path Manny and I had taken the day before, as if something had been tracking our movements, learning our routine. In several places, the prints stopped directly where we had stopped, lingered where we had lingered, then continued on our exact route. I'm not the bravest soul in the world, but curiosity got the better of me. Cradling my muzzleloader with sweaty palms, I followed the prints for maybe a quarter mile until they ended abruptly near a narrow creek. It was as if someone vanished into thin air. There weren't any signs of a scuffle, no scattered belongings, just a sudden stop. But the ground around the final print was disturbed in a perfect circle, as if something had spun in place before disappearing. That's when I heard it for the first time. A sound like heavy breathing filtered through a broken whistle, coming from somewhere across the creek. It lasted only a few seconds, but it was enough to make my heart pound faster and my hands shake. I told myself it could have been wind through hollow trees, but deep down I knew better. Wind doesn't sound like it's trying to form words. That night, I stayed up reading by flashlight inside my tent, thinking about the missing student and those impossible footprints. I tried to distract myself by flipping through an old hunting magazine, but my mind kept drifting back to those symbols carved in the oak and the way they seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. Eventually, I dozed off, only to wake around midnight to that unnatural rasping sound much closer now. At first, I thought maybe a coyote was investigating my camp, but when I unzipped my tent enough to peek out, what I saw made my breath catch in my throat. In the pale moonlight, I could make out a tall, impossibly thin silhouette standing at the very edge of the clearing. It was perfectly still, but somehow I knew it was watching me. Its head was cocked at an angle that would have broken a human neck, and its arms hung down past where its knees should be. Even from a distance, I could see that its proportions were all wrong. Too tall, too angular, like someone had stretched a human being on a medieval rack until they snapped. I blinked hard, telling myself it was just shadows playing tricks. But when I looked again, the thing had moved closer. Not walked, moved. One moment, it was at the tree line. The next, it was near the cold remains of my campfire, still maintaining that unnatural stillness. That's when I realized what had woken me. It wasn't the sound of breathing. It was the sound of sniffing, like a bloodhound following a scent trail. My scent trail. I clamped my hand over my mouth to muffle my panicked breathing and slowly, carefully, reached for my muzzleloader. The metallic click as I checked the firing mechanism seemed impossibly loud in the silence, and the creature's head snapped toward my tent with predatory precision. For a moment that felt like an eternity, we remained frozen, hunter and hunted, though I was no longer certain which was which. Then a branch snapped behind the thing, and it turned with fluid, inhuman grace. That's when I caught sight of its face in the moonlight, and I had to bite my tongue to keep from crying out. It wasn't a face at all. It was a skull, yellowed and cracked, with hollow sockets that somehow still managed to convey intelligence and hunger. Its jaw hung open in a permanent grin that revealed rows of teeth too sharp and too numerous for any earthly creature. The thing took one long stride toward the sound, a stride that covered nearly 10 feet, and vanished into the darkness between the trees. I stayed frozen in my tent for what felt like hours, listening to the unnatural silence that followed. Even the normal night sounds of the forest had gone completely dead, as if every living thing was holding its breath, waiting for the predator to pass. When morning finally came, I found deep gouges in the earth around my tent, forming a perfect circle. Something had been circling me all night while I slept, getting closer and closer with each pass. The gouges were too deep to be made by any animal I knew, and they had that same wrong quality as the footprints, too long, too narrow, ending in points that suggested claws designed for rending flesh from bone. But most disturbing of all was what I found at the center of the circle, right outside my tent flap. A small pile of bones, gnawed clean and arranged in that same triangular pattern I'd seen in the rocks. They were too small to be human, but too large to belong to any animal that should have been in these woods, and they were fresh. The marrow was still pink, still moist, as if something had been enjoying a midnight snack while it watched me sleep. I packed up my camp in record time, but even as I loaded my gear into my truck, I could feel eyes on me from the tree line. The feeling followed me all the way to the main road, a weight between my shoulder blades that made my skin crawl. In my rearview mirror, I could swear I saw something tall and thin step out from behind a tree, watching my retreat with what might have been disappointment. I drove straight to the local sheriff's office, but when I tried to report what I'd seen, the deputy just looked at me with tired eyes and asked if I'd been drinking. When I insisted I was sober, he pulled out a thick folder and showed me reports from the past 6 months. Missing hikers, abandoned campsites, and sightings of something the locals had started calling the tall thing in the trees. Every single report described the same impossible creature, too tall, too thin, moving with an unnatural gait and leaving tracks that made no sense. Most witnesses were dismissed as drunk or delusional, but the pattern was clear. Something was hunting in the woods around Redwood Falls, and it was getting bolder. "Here's some free advice," the deputy said, sliding the folder back into his desk. "Stay out of those woods after dark. Hell, stay out of them, period. We've had 3 more missing persons reports just this week, and the search teams are finding things that don't make sense. Campsites torn apart from the inside out, footprints that start and stop with no explanation, and bones, always bones, arranged in patterns that give grown men nightmares." I left the sheriff's office with more questions than answers, and a growing certainty that whatever I'd encountered was far from finished with me. As I drove home, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been marked somehow, chosen for reasons I couldn't understand. The sensation of being watched persisted even after I was safely locked inside my house, and I found myself checking the windows compulsively, looking for tall shadows that didn't belong. It would be 3 days before I realized the creature had followed me home. The paranoia started small. I'd catch myself checking locks twice, peering through blinds when I heard cars pass by my house, jumping at sounds that should have been familiar. Sleep came in fragments, broken by dreams of yellow skull sockets and the sound of sniffing just outside my bedroom window. On Friday evening, I finally convinced myself I was being ridiculous. Whatever I'd seen in the woods had stayed in the woods, and I was letting my imagination run wild. That's when I decided to go back. I know how that sounds, after everything I'd experienced, after the warnings, after seeing that folder of missing persons reports. But something was pulling me back to those woods, a compulsion I couldn't explain or resist. I told myself it was curiosity, or maybe a need to prove I wasn't losing my mind. The truth was darker and more primitive than that. I felt like prey that had escaped a predator, and something deep in my lizard brain demanded I know where that predator was, what it was planning. Besides, it was broad daylight. Whatever that thing was, it seemed to prefer the cover of darkness. I'd be in and out before sunset, just a quick reconnaissance to put my mind at ease. I loaded my truck with more ammunition than any sane person would need for a day hike, and drove back to the woods with my heart hammering against my ribs. The first thing I noticed when I reached the trailhead was the smell. That rotten meat stench I'd detected earlier had intensified, becoming so thick and cloying it made my eyes water. A park ranger's truck was parked near mine, and I could see a man in uniform standing near the trail entrance, looking pale and shaken. "You heading in there?" he asked when he saw me gathering my gear. The ranger was young, maybe mid-20s, with a kind of outdoor tan that spoke of years spent in the wilderness. But his hands were shaking as he lit a cigarette, and he kept glancing over his shoulder at the tree line. "Just for a few hours," I replied, though something in his expression made me hesitate. "Everything okay?" He took a long drag and shook his head. "Found another campsite this morning, or what's left of one. 3 tents, all shredded from the inside out. Looked like something big had been trying to claw its way out, but..." He paused, studying my face carefully. "But the zippers were still closed. Whatever did the damage was trapped inside with them." "The campers?" I asked, though I already knew the answer from the sick look in his eyes. "Gone. No bodies, no blood. Just torn fabric and those same impossible footprints circling the site. And bones, Christ, so many bones. Not human, thank God, but arranged in patterns that made my skin crawl, like some kind of ritual, or maybe a warning. He flicked his cigarette into the gravel and pulled out his radio. I'm calling in the state police, but between you and me, I don't think they're going to find anything that makes sense. The ranger's words should have sent me home immediately, but instead they only intensified my need to understand what was happening. I thanked him for the warning and headed into the woods, following a different trail than the one I'd used earlier. This path wound deeper into the forest, away from the areas most frequently visited by hikers and hunters. The trees here were older, their trunks thick enough to hide a person or something larger. Spanish moss hung from the branches like funeral shrouds, and the canopy was so dense that very little sunlight reached the forest floor. The temperature dropped noticeably as I walked deeper, and I found myself constantly checking over my shoulder, unable to shake the feeling that I was being paralleled by something just out of sight. After about an hour of hiking, I found what I was looking for, another abandoned campsite. But this one was different from the others. It wasn't destroyed or torn apart. Instead, it looked like it had been carefully preserved, as if whoever had left it intended to return. A small tent was perfectly pitched, its stakes driven deep into the earth with military precision. A sleeping bag lay neatly rolled beside it, and a metal pot sat beside the cold remains of a campfire. But the details were all wrong. The tent was covered in a thick layer of dust and spider webs that suggested it had been here for months, maybe longer. The sleeping bag was rotted through in several places, exposing stuffing that had been chewed and scattered by animals. Most disturbing of all were the scratches covering every surface: the tent fabric, the metal pot, even the rocks around the fire pit. They were deep and deliberate, forming patterns that hurt to look at directly. I approached slowly, every instinct screaming at me to turn around and run. The smell was worse here, concentrated and putrid, like something had died and been left to decompose in the summer heat. As I got closer, I realized the scratches weren't random. They formed symbols similar to the ones I'd seen carved into the oak tree, but more elaborate, more complex. They seemed to writhe and shift when I wasn't looking directly at them, creating an optical illusion that made my head throb. Inside the tent, I found a small backpack, still zipped shut. The fabric was rotten and falling apart, but I managed to open it carefully. What I found inside made my blood run cold. A driver's license belonging to someone named Michael, expired 3 years ago. A cell phone with a cracked screen and a dead battery. And a journal, its pages yellowed and brittle, filled with increasingly erratic handwriting. The early entries were mundane, notes about hiking trails, weather conditions, wildlife sightings. But as I flipped through the pages, the tone grew darker and more desperate. Michael wrote about feeling watched, about finding strange arrangements of bones around his campsite, about hearing sounds in the night that didn't belong to any animal he knew. The final entries were barely legible, the handwriting deteriorating into frantic scrawls. It's getting closer every night. I can hear it sniffing around the tent, trying to find a way in. The symbols don't work. They only seem to make it more interested. God help me. I think it's learning. Last night it spoke to me in my own voice, asking me to come out and play. I found more bones today, arranged in a perfect spiral around the camp. They're getting fresher. Some still had meat on them. I'm running out of food, but I'm too afraid to leave. What if it follows me home? What if it hurts someone I care about? It knows I'm reading this. I can feel it watching me write. It's standing just outside the firelight, so tall its head is lost in the trees. Its skull is grinning at me, and I swear to God it's nodding along as I write these words. I think it's enjoying this. I think it's been toying with me all along. The journal ended there, mid-sentence, the pen trailing off the page as if Michael had been interrupted. I sat back on my heels, trying to process what I'd read. 3 years. This campsite had been here for 3 years, perfectly preserved like some kind of macabre museum exhibit. And somewhere in these woods, Michael's bones were probably arranged in one of those ritual patterns, picked clean by something that had all the time in the world to enjoy its games. That's when I noticed the photographs. They were scattered throughout the journal, Polaroid shots that had somehow survived the passage of time. The first few showed typical camping scenes. Michael setting up his tent, cooking over a fire, smiling at the camera with the carefree expression of someone enjoying a weekend in nature. But the later photos were different. In one, taken at night with a flash, something tall and skeletal could be seen standing just at the edge of the light, watching the camp with empty eye sockets. Michael had circled it with a red pen and written day 4 in shaky handwriting. Another photo showed the bone arrangements he'd mentioned, spiraling out from his tent in increasingly complex patterns. But the most disturbing image was the last one. It showed Michael himself, but he looked wrong. His face was gaunt and hollow, his eyes wide with terror, and something else, something that looked almost like recognition or acceptance. He was staring directly at the camera, but his expression suggested he was looking through it at something standing behind the photographer, something that had learned to operate a camera, to preserve its favorite moments for later enjoyment. I shoved the photos back into the journal, and the journal back into the pack, my hands shaking so badly I could barely manage the zipper. I needed to get out of here, needed to report this to someone with more authority than a local deputy. But as I stood to leave, I heard something that froze me in place, the sound of sniffing, slow and deliberate, coming from somewhere very close. I turned slowly, afraid of what I might see, and found myself staring at a wall of trees that seemed somehow different than they had moments before. The shadows between them were deeper, more substantial, and they seemed to shift and move independent of the wind. As I watched, one of those shadows detached itself from the others and took a step into the clearing. It was exactly as I'd seen it before, but in daylight, the details were even more horrible. The creature stood at least 8 feet tall, its emaciated frame draped in tatters of what might once have been clothing. Its skull gleamed white in the filtered sunlight, and the empty socket somehow managed to convey both intelligence and inhuman hunger. But it was the way it moved that truly terrified me. Fluid and graceful despite its unnatural proportions, like a marionette operated by an expert puppeteer. For a long moment, we simply stared at each other across the abandoned campsite. I was acutely aware of my muzzleloader hanging heavy in my hands, but something told me that conventional weapons would be useless against this thing. It had been playing with Michael for weeks before it finally tired of the game. It had been watching me, learning my habits, my fears, and now it was ready for the next phase of whatever twisted entertainment it had planned. The creature tilted its skull head to one side, the gesture almost curious, almost human. Then it opened its jaw impossibly wide and let out a sound that was part scream, part laugh, and part something else entirely. A sound of pure malevolent joy that echoed through the trees and seemed to go on forever. Birds exploded from the canopy in all directions, and small animals went crashing through the undergrowth in their panic to escape. But I couldn't move. The sound had paralyzed me, turned my legs to jelly, and my mind to static. All I could do was stand there and watch as the creature began to walk toward me, each step covering an impossible amount of ground, its empty sockets fixed on my face with the intensity of a predator that had finally cornered its prey. That's when I heard the other sound, engines coming up the trail fast. The park ranger's backup had arrived, and the creature heard them too. Its skull head snapped toward the sound, and for a moment its attention was diverted. That moment of inattention broke whatever spell had been holding me, and I found I could move again. I ran. I crashed through the underbrush like a panicked deer, branches tearing at my clothes and thorns ripping into my skin. Behind me, I could hear the creature moving through the trees with that fluid, inhuman grace, effortlessly keeping pace despite my desperate flight. But it wasn't trying to catch me. I realized with growing horror that it was hurting me, using the sound of its approach to guide my panic-driven flight in a specific direction, away from the approaching rescue team, deeper into the woods where it could hunt without interruption. I burst through a wall of brambles and found myself in another clearing, this one filled with the scattered remains of multiple campsites, tents in various stages of decay, backpacks torn open and their contents scattered, sleeping bags shredded into ribbon-like strips, and bones, so many bones arranged in increasingly complex patterns that seemed to spiral inward toward a central point. At the center of the spiral was something that made my sanity reel. a structure built entirely from human remains, carefully assembled into what could only be described as a throne. Skulls formed the back and armrests, femurs and tibias created the seat and legs, and smaller bones had been woven together to form intricate decorative patterns. It was the work of something with infinite patience and a deeply twisted aesthetic sense. The creature emerged from the trees behind me, moving with casual confidence now that it had me where it wanted me. It approached its throne with something that might have been pride, running one elongated finger along the armrest in a gesture that was almost tender. Then it turned those empty sockets back to me and opened its jaw in that terrible grin. But this time, it spoke. The voice that emerged from its skull was a harmony of screams. Dozens of different voices layered over each other in a cacophony of terror and agony. I recognized some of them from missing persons reports on the news, others from voices I'd heard on hiking trails over the years. Michael's voice was there, begging to be let go, pleading for mercy that would never come. And underneath it all, something else, something ancient and hungry that had been feeding on fear and despair for far longer than human memory. Gideon, it said, and hearing my name spoken in that chorus of the damned nearly broke my mind. I've been waiting for you to come back. We have so much to discuss, you and I, so many games to play. I raised my muzzle loader with hands that shook like autumn leaves, but the creature only tilted its head in that curious, almost amused gesture. Go ahead, it whispered in a dozen dying voices. Fire your little gun, see how much good it does. I've been shot before, Gideon. I've been stabbed and burned and buried and blessed by priests who thought they knew what evil looked like. I always come back. I always continue the hunt. The sound of engines was getting closer, but still too far away to matter. The creature took another step toward me, and I could smell the reek of decay rolling off it in waves. Up close, I could see that what I'd taken for clothing was actually skin, human skin, stitched together into a grotesque parody of garments. Some of the pieces still had tattoos, birthmarks, scars that told the story of lives cut short for this monster's amusement. You're wondering what I want, it continued, and I could hear genuine curiosity in that terrible voice. Why I chose you, why I let you escape that first night. The truth is, Gideon, you impressed me. Most humans break so quickly, become so predictable. But you came back. Even after seeing what you saw, feeling what you felt, you returned to my woods. That shows a rare kind of courage, or perhaps a rare kind of madness. The creature reached the center of the clearing and settled onto its throne of bones, which creaked ominously under its weight. From this vantage point, it loomed over me like some prehistoric judge preparing to pronounce sentence. I've decided to keep you, it said, and the casual tone made the words even more terrifying. Not to kill, that would be wasteful. Instead, you're going to help me hunt. You're going to be my herald, my prophet, spreading word of the tall thing in the trees to anyone foolish enough to listen. And when they inevitably come looking for proof, you'll guide them to me. Never, I managed to whisper, though my voice cracked on the word. The creature's laugh was like breaking glass mixed with dying screams. Oh, but you will, Gideon. You'll want to, eventually. I'm very persuasive, and I have all the time in the world to convince you. We'll start with your friend Manny, I think. He has such a lovely family. 3 children, wasn't it? Soccer practices and weekend chores. The mention of Manny's family sent ice through my veins. This thing knew about my life, my relationships, my connections to the world beyond these woods. It had been watching, learning, preparing for this moment when it would finally reveal itself, and the true scope of its plans. How long have you been watching me? I asked, stalling for time while my mind raced for some way out of this nightmare. Since you were 16, it replied, and my blood turned to water. Your uncle brought you to these woods for the first time, taught you to track and hunt and survive. I was there watching from the shadows, learning your scent, your patterns. I've been patient, Gideon. I've watched you grow from a boy into a man, watched you develop the skills that will make you so useful to me. 16. It had been stalking me for nearly 20 years, a supernatural predator playing a game so long and complex that I'd never even suspected its existence. How many other people had it been watching? How many other lives had it been weaving into its web of horror? The sound of engines was very close now, and the creature's attention flickered toward the approaching noise. For just a moment, its focus wavered, and I saw my chance. Not to fight, that would be suicide. Not to run, it would catch me before I made it 10 feet, but to do something it wouldn't expect, something that might disrupt its carefully laid plans. I turned my muzzle loader around and pressed the barrel against my own temple. The creature's skull head snapped back toward me, and for the first time since this nightmare began, I saw something like surprise in those empty sockets. "No," it said, and there was genuine alarm in its voice. "No, that's not how the game is played. You don't get to choose when it ends." "Watch me," I said, and I meant it. Whatever this thing had planned for me, for Manny's family, for all the other innocent people it intended to use me to lure into its web, I wouldn't be part of it. I'd rather die on my own terms than become a tool for something so fundamentally evil. But the creature was faster than I anticipated. One moment it was sitting on its throne of bones, the next it was directly in front of me. One elongated hand wrapped around the barrel of my gun with crushing force. The metal actually bent under its grip, and I heard bones in my finger crack as it wrenched the weapon away from my head. "Clever," it hissed, bringing its skull close enough to mine that I could feel the unnatural cold radiating from its bones. "But foolish. Did you really think I'd let you escape so easily? Did you think I hadn't planned for this contingency?" The creature's other hand moved to my throat, not squeezing, just resting there with the promise of violence. Its touch was like ice, so cold it burned, and I could feel frost forming on my skin where its fingers made contact. "I don't need you alive to be useful, Gideon. The dead serve just as well, sometimes better. They don't have inconvenient moral qualms about luring children into dark places." Its skull tilted again, studying my face with scientific interest. "But the living are so much more entertaining." That's when the cavalry arrived. The sound of engines roared into the clearing as 3 park ranger vehicles burst through the tree line, their occupants already reaching for weapons as they took in the scene. The creature's head snapped toward them with predatory interest, and I felt its grip on my throat tighten fractionally. But instead of fear, I saw something else flicker through those empty sockets. Annoyance. This wasn't part of its plan. This wasn't how the game was supposed to be played. For something that had been orchestrating events for decades, the arrival of unexpected players was clearly a disruption it didn't appreciate. "Run," I managed to whisper to the approaching rangers, though I wasn't sure they could hear me over the sound of their engines. "Don't try to fight it. Just run." The creature's laugh was like autumn wind through a cemetery. "Oh, but Gideon, where's your faith in the forces of law and order? Surely these brave men and women can handle one thin monster in the woods." It released me and turned toward the rangers, spreading its arms wide in a gesture of mock welcome. Several of them had already drawn their weapons, but I could see the confusion and terror in their faces as they tried to process what they were seeing. This wasn't part of their training. This wasn't in any manual or protocol they'd studied. "Gentlemen, ladies," the creature called out in its harmony of voices. "How wonderful of you to join our little gathering. I was just explaining to my friend Gideon here how much I enjoy meeting new people. Please don't be shy. Step into my parlor." The rangers opened fire. The sound of gunshots echoed through the clearing like thunder, and I threw myself to the ground as bullets filled the air around the creature. But instead of falling, instead of bleeding, the thing just stood there and laughed. The bullets passed right through it, leaving no wounds, no marks, nothing but holes in the trees behind where it stood. "My turn," it said. "What happened next will haunt me for the rest of my life." The creature moved among the rangers like death incarnate, its elongated limbs striking with impossible speed and precision. But it didn't kill them, not immediately. Instead, it seemed to be playing with them, toying with their terror the way a cat plays with wounded mice. One ranger was lifted off his feet and held aloft while the creature studied him with scientific interest. Another was pinned to a tree by invisible force, screaming as the bark began to grow around his arms and legs, slowly consuming him. A third simply vanished, there one moment and gone the next. leaving only the echo of his terrified cry. But the worst was what happened to the young ranger who'd warned me at the trailhead. The creature approached him almost gently, reaching out with one skeletal finger to touch his forehead. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the man's eyes went wide, and he began to scream in a voice that wasn't entirely his own. "It's in my head," he gasped, clawing at his temples hard enough to draw blood. "It's showing me things, oh God, it's showing me what it did to them, what it's going to do to me." The creature leaned down and whispered something in the ranger's ear, something that made him stop screaming and start nodding with the enthusiasm of the converted. When it straightened up, the man's expression had changed completely. The terror was gone, replaced by something that looked almost like worship. "Yes," the ranger said in a voice that was calm and rational and absolutely terrifying. "Yes, I understand now. I see what needs to be done." 2 more rangers succumbed to whatever power the creature wielded, their expression shifting from fear to acceptance to eager anticipation. Within minutes, half the rescue team had been turned into willing servants, their minds twisted by whatever horrors the creature had shown them. The remaining rangers tried to retreat, but there was nowhere to run. The creature had positioned itself between them and the only way out of the clearing, and its new servants were already moving to flank them. I could see the hopelessness in their faces, the terrible understanding that they were going to die in this place, far from home and help. That's when I made the second stupidest decision of my life. I ran toward the creature, not away from it, hoping to create enough of a distraction for the remaining rangers to escape. I didn't have a weapon. My muzzle loader was still in the thing's grip, bent beyond repair, but I had rage, pure incandescent fury at this monster that had been stalking me for 20 years, that had murdered God knows how many innocent people, that was now threatening the only world I'd ever known. I collided with the creature at full speed, and it was like hitting a tree made of ice and bone. The impact sent me sprawling, but it also knocked the thing off balance for just a moment, long enough for the surviving rangers to break for the tree line, long enough for them to disappear into the woods with their radios and their stories and their promise of reinforcements. The creature looked down at me with something that might have been amusement. "Heroic," it said in that terrible chorus of voices. "Foolish, but heroic. I can work with that." It reached down and lifted me effortlessly, holding me at eye level with its empty sockets. Up close I could see that the bone wasn't as solid as it appeared. There were hairline cracks running through the skull, dark fissures that seemed to shift and writhe as I watched, and deep in those fissures I could see something moving, something that looked disturbingly like eyes. "The cavalry has been called," it continued conversationally. "More rangers, state police, perhaps even federal agents if those men tell their superiors what they've seen, but it doesn't matter. Gideon, this is my domain, these are my woods, and I've had decades to prepare for exactly this scenario." The converted rangers were already moving, spreading out through the forest with the easy confidence of people who knew exactly where they were going. I had no doubt they would intercept any rescue teams long before they reached this clearing, would guide them into traps or simply convince them that there was nothing here worth investigating. "What are you?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. The creature's laugh was like wind through empty skulls. "I am what happens when hunger outlives flesh, when craving transcends death. I was human once, long ago, before I learned that there are appetites that can only be satisfied by taking everything someone else holds dear. I fed on fear, on despair, on the exquisite moment when hope dies in a human heart, and the more I fed, the more I needed, until feeding became all I was, all I could ever be." It set me down gently, almost tenderly, but I could feel the weight of its attention like a physical thing pressing down on my shoulders. "But you already knew that, didn't you, Gideon? Deep down, in the part of your mind that still remembers what your ancestors feared in the long dark nights. You know what I am because your species has been running from things like me since you first learned to make fire and tell stories." The creature was right. Looking at it now, seeing the way it moved, the way it spoke, the casual cruelty in every gesture, I understood exactly what I was facing. This wasn't just a monster. It was the monster. the one that lurked at the heart of every campfire tale, every whispered warning about things that hunted in the dark. It was the reason children were afraid of shadows, the reason adults locked their doors at night and told themselves they were being foolish. It was the Wendigo, the hunger that walks like a man, and I was already dead. The creature, the Wendigo, released me and stepped back. Its skull tilted in that curious, almost human gesture that made my skin crawl. Around us, the converted rangers continued their patrol of the clearing's perimeter, moving with the mechanical precision of puppets operated by an expert hand. Their eyes had gone flat and glassy, reflecting light like animal eyes caught in headlights, and they no longer looked entirely human. "Now then," the Wendigo said, settling back onto its throne of bones with obvious satisfaction, "let's discuss the terms of our arrangement." "There is no arrangement," I said, surprised by the steadiness of my own voice. "I'll die before I help you hurt anyone." The thing's laugh was like breaking glass mixed with winter wind. "Oh, but you've already helped me, Gideon, more than you know. Your little heroic display just now, the way you charged in to save those rangers, absolutely perfect, very inspiring. The kind of story that spreads, the kind of legend that brings the curious and the brave flocking to my woods in search of answers." I felt ice form in my stomach as I realized the implications. Every person who heard about what happened here would want to investigate. Every thrill seeker, every paranormal investigator, every journalist looking for a story would come looking for the monster in the woods, and this thing would be waiting for them. "You planned this," I whispered. "The rangers arriving, the confrontation, everything. You wanted witnesses to escape." "Clever boy," the Wendigo purred. "Though I must admit your suicidal bravery was an unexpected bonus. Nothing brings hunters like the story of a man who faced a monster and lived to tell about it. They'll come looking for you, Gideon, wanting to hear your tale firsthand, and when they do," it gestured with one skeletal hand toward the bone arrangements scattered throughout the clearing. And I understood. I would become its lure, its stalking horse, drawing the curious and the foolish into its web one by one. Even if I refused to cooperate, my very existence as a survivor would serve its purposes. "The beauty of it," the creature continued, "is that you won't be able to help yourself. Trauma has a way of demanding to be shared, doesn't it? The nightmares, the flashbacks, the overwhelming need to make someone else understand what you've been through. You'll tell your story again and again, each time adding new details as your mind tries to process the impossible, and each telling will be a dinner bell, calling more prey to my table." I wanted to argue, to deny the horrible logic of its plan, but I could already feel the truth of its words settling into my bones. The urge to talk about what I'd seen, to make someone else understand the reality of the horror I'd encountered, was already growing inside me like a cancer. It would eat at me until I had no choice but to share it, no matter the consequences. "But enough about the future," the Wendigo said, rising from its throne with fluid grace. "We should discuss the present. Specifically, your education. If you're going to serve as my herald, you need to understand what you're representing. You need to know the full scope of what I am, what I've accomplished during my time in these woods." Before I could respond, the creature began to walk toward the edge of the clearing, gesturing for me to follow. The converted rangers fell into step behind us, forming a grotesque honor guard as we moved deeper into the forest. I had no choice but to comply. Where could I run that it wouldn't find me? What was the point of resistance when it had already made its plans clear? The deeper we went, the more wrong the forest became. Trees grew in impossible configurations, their branches twisted into shapes that hurt to look at directly. The ground was carpeted with bones of every size and description, arranged in patterns that seemed to shift and change when observed peripherally. The air itself felt thick and oppressive, heavy with the weight of accumulated suffering. "Welcome to my gallery," the Wendigo said with obvious pride. 23 years of careful curation, of artistic expression through the medium of human terror. Each display represents a different approach, a different experiment in the cultivation of fear. We stopped before a circle of pine trees, whose bark had been carved with symbols similar to those I'd seen before, but far more elaborate. The carvings seemed to writhe and pulse with their own inner light, creating optical illusions that made my eyes water and my head pound. At the center of the circle was a wooden post, perhaps 8 feet tall, with iron chains hanging from the top. "This is where I keep the ones who try to run," the Wendigo explained conversationally. "The chains aren't really necessary. By the time they end up here, they're far too broken to attempt escape. But the symbolism is important. The psychological impact of seeing yourself chained helps break down the last vestiges of hope." Around the base of the post, the ground was dark with old stains that I didn't want to think about, but it was the objects scattered in the grass that truly made my gorge rise. Personal effects from dozens of victims. Watches, rings, photographs of loved ones, children's toys. Each item carefully preserved, arranged in neat rows like a museum exhibit dedicated to lives cut short. "I keep these as reminders," the creature continued, noticing my horrified stare. "Each piece tells a story, represents a moment when someone realized their old life was over and their new existence was about to begin. This watch belonged to a hiker named Robert, who thought he could negotiate with me. The ring came from a young woman named Sarah, who offered me her soul in exchange for her boyfriend's life. The teddy bear." It paused, picking up a small brown toy that had seen better days. "The teddy bear belonged to a little girl whose parents brought her camping in my woods. They thought the fresh air would be good for her asthma." The casual, almost fond tone in which it related these atrocities made them infinitely worse than if it had boasted or threatened. This wasn't a creature driven by rage or madness. It was something that had turned suffering into an art form, that found genuine pleasure in the careful orchestration of terror and despair. We moved on, and the Wendigo showed me more of its gallery, a cave where it kept the ones who broke too quickly, their minds shattered by exposure to truths too terrible for human consciousness to process. A clearing where trees had grown through the rib cages of still living victims, their roots slowly consuming flesh while keeping the heart beating. A small pond whose waters had been turned red by decades of feeding, and where pale shapes moved just beneath the surface. "The aquatic ones are particularly interesting," the creature mused, watching my horrified expression as something with too many teeth breached the surface briefly before disappearing again. "I've been experimenting with different preservation techniques. The cold slows decomposition, allows me to keep them functional for months or even years. They make excellent sentries. Nothing crosses this pond without my knowledge." By the time we completed the tour, the sun was beginning to set, and my sanity was hanging by threads. I'd seen horrors that defied description, witnessed evidence of cruelty so systematic and deliberate that my mind kept trying to reject it as impossible. But the worst part wasn't the suffering, it was the artistry. This creature hadn't simply killed these people, it had crafted their deaths into something resembling beauty, had turned their agony into a twisted masterpiece that it contemplated with the pride of a Renaissance sculptor. "Impressive, isn't it?" the Wendigo said as we returned to the bone-thrown clearing. "And this is just one small section of my domain. I've been busy for decades, Gideon, perfecting my techniques, exploring new frontiers in the cultivation of fear. But I've always worked alone, been limited by my singular perspective. That's where you come in." The creature settled back onto its throne, studying me with those empty sockets. "You're going to help me expand my reach, bring new subjects to my laboratory. But more than that, you're going to help me understand them. Human psychology has evolved since I was mortal. New fears, new weaknesses, new ways to break a mind. You'll be my guide to the modern world of terror." "I won't do it," I said, though the words felt hollow even as I spoke them. "I won't help you hurt people." "Oh, but you will," it replied with absolute certainty. "Not immediately, perhaps. You'll resist at first, cling to your outdated notions of morality and human dignity. But I have time, Gideon. So much time. And I have ways of being persuasive." The creature gestured to one of the converted rangers, who immediately stepped forward with the eager compliance of a trained dog. "Tell him, James," it commanded. "Tell him what you've seen." The ranger James turned toward me with eyes that reflected the dying light like mirrors. When he spoke, his voice was calm and rational, but the words that emerged were anything but. It showed me the truth, he said with the enthusiasm of a recent convert, about what humans really are, deep down, about the things we're capable of when pushed far enough. I've seen children turn on their parents, lovers betray each other for the promise of one more day of life. I've watched civilized people become animals, watched animals become something worse than monsters. And the beautiful thing is, it's all choice. Every act of cruelty, every betrayal, every moment when someone chooses their own survival over another's, it's all voluntary. The ranger's smile was the most terrifying thing I'd seen all day, because it was genuine. This wasn't a man driven mad by horror. It was someone who had been shown something that convinced him the horror was justified. The creature isn't the monster, Gideon, James continued. It's just the catalyst. The real monsters are us, have always been us. It simply creates the conditions that allow our true nature to emerge. That's not true, I said, but my voice lacked conviction. I'd seen enough of the world, enough of human nature at its worst, to know that there was truth in the ranger's words. Given the right pressure, the right circumstances, anyone was capable of terrible things. Isn't it? The Wendigo asked, and I could hear amusement in its voice. Tell me, Gideon, what would you do to save your friend Manny's children? How far would you go? What lines would you cross, if their lives hung in the balance? The question hit me like a physical blow because I already knew the answer. I would do anything, become anything, sacrifice anyone else if it meant protecting those innocent kids. The realization opened a dark door in my mind, one I'd always known was there but had never wanted to acknowledge. I see you understand, the creature continued. Good. That's the beginning of wisdom, the first step toward accepting your true nature. Everyone has a breaking point, Gideon. Everyone has a price. The only question is what currency they'll accept in exchange for their soul. The sun had fully set now, and the clearing was lit only by an unnatural phosphorescence that seemed to emanate from the bone arrangements themselves. In that eerie light, the Wendigo looked less like a creature and more like a force of nature, an inevitable consequence of human existence rather than an external threat. I'm going to give you a choice, it said, leaning forward on its throne. A real choice, with real consequences, so you can begin to understand the kinds of decisions you'll be helping others make in the future. Two of the converted rangers stepped forward, dragging something between them. As they came closer, I realized with growing horror that it wasn't something, it was someone. A young woman, probably in her 20s, with hiking gear and a backpack that marked her as another victim who'd wandered too close to the Wendigo's domain. But she was alive, unconscious but breathing, her chest rising and falling with the steady rhythm of natural sleep. The first living victim I'd seen since this nightmare began, and I could already guess why the creature was showing her to me. This is Jennifer, the Wendigo said conversationally. A graduate student from the university, here to study the ecological impact of the missing persons incidents on local wildlife populations. Ironic, really. She was so close to understanding what was really happening, had even begun to suspect that the disappearances weren't entirely random, but she made the mistake of coming alone, of thinking her scientific training would protect her from whatever was out here. The creature gestured, and the rangers placed Jennifer on the ground between us, arranging her limbs with the careful precision of morticians preparing a body for viewing. Your choice is simple, the Wendigo continued. You can save her. Right now, this instant, I'll let you walk away with this young woman. You can carry her out of my woods, take her to safety, be the hero who rescued an innocent from the monster in the forest. I felt a surge of hope, quickly crushed by the creature's next words. Of course, if you do that, I'll simply find someone else to serve as my herald, someone less morally constrained. Perhaps your friend Manny. He has such a practical nature, and 3 children provide excellent leverage. I'm sure I can make him see reason much more quickly than you. The trap was perfect. Save Jennifer and doom Manny and his family. Refuse and watch an innocent woman die while gaining nothing. Either choice would break something essential inside me, would start me down the path toward becoming the kind of person the creature needed me to be. But wait, the Wendigo said with mock surprise. There's a third option, one that might appeal to your heroic nature. It gestured toward the forest, and I heard the sound I'd been dreading. Voices, human voices, calling Jennifer's name. Her research team, or maybe just friends who'd grown worried when she didn't return. They were out there in the dark, getting closer to the clearing, walking straight into the monster's web. Save them all, the creature suggested. Guide them away, convince them to leave my woods and never return. All you have to do is tell them a story about a monster in the forest, about the terrible things you've seen. Make them believe, make them afraid, and they'll run. Jennifer lives, your friend remains safe, and everyone goes home. What's the catch? I asked, though I was afraid I already knew. The Wendigo's grin was visible even in the dim phosphorescent light. No catch at all, just consequences. The story you tell tonight will spread, as stories do. Other people will hear it, become curious, want to investigate for themselves. Some will dismiss it as fantasy, but others, the brave ones, the foolish ones, the ones who think they're cleverer than the monster, they'll come looking, and you'll be waiting. I'll be waiting, it confirmed. But that's not your concern, is it? Your concern is saving the people who are here now, tonight. What happens to strangers in the weeks and months to come isn't your responsibility. The voices were getting closer, and I could hear the growing panic in their calls. Jennifer's research team, probably graduate students like herself, young people with their whole lives ahead of them, were walking into hell with no idea what awaited them, and the only way to save them was to become exactly what the Wendigo wanted me to be, its herald, its prophet, spreading the fear that would eventually lure others to their deaths. Jennifer stirred on the ground between us, her eyes fluttering open in confusion. She tried to speak, but only managed a weak croak. The Rangers had probably drugged her, kept her unconscious during transport to preserve her for this moment of terrible choice. "Gideon," she whispered, somehow knowing my name despite the fact that we'd never met. "Please, help me." The voices in the forest were very close now. 3 people, maybe 4, following what they thought was Jennifer's trail. They'd be in the clearing within minutes, and once they arrived, their fate would be sealed. The Wendigo was ancient and patient and impossibly cunning. It had had centuries to perfect the art of trapping human prey. Unless I stopped them. Unless I became the monster's willing accomplice in exchange for their temporary safety. "Choose quickly, Gideon," the creature urged. "My patience, while considerable, is not infinite. And Jennifer's friends are about to join our little gathering whether you cooperate or not." I looked down at Jennifer, saw the terror and hope warring in her eyes. Then I looked toward the forest, toward the approaching voices of people who trusted their world to make sense, who believed that knowledge and preparation could protect them from anything. Finally, I looked at the Wendigo, sitting on its throne of bones with the satisfied air of a chess master who just announced checkmate. The choice wasn't really a choice at all. It never had been. I opened my mouth and began to scream. Not words, not warnings, just pure primal terror given voice. The sound that emerged from my throat was barely human, a noise of such concentrated fear and despair that it seemed to make the very air vibrate with anguish. It was the sound of a man watching his soul die, the death rattle of conscience being strangled by necessity. The effect was immediate. The voices in the forest cut off abruptly, replaced by the sound of running feet crashing through the underbrush in full retreat. Whatever Jennifer's friends had heard in my scream, they understood it on a level deeper than conscious thought. The primordial part of their brains that still remembered what it meant to be prey had taken control, overriding curiosity and concern in favor of immediate, overwhelming flight. The Wendigo applauded slowly, the sound of bone striking bone echoing through the clearing like castanets. "Excellent," it said with genuine approval. "Truly inspired. I couldn't have asked for a more effective performance. Your friends are already miles away by now, running back to their cars, their phones, their comfortable illusion of safety. They'll remember that scream for the rest of their lives. Tell others about the night they heard the sound of a man's soul breaking in the woods." I fell to my knees beside Jennifer, my throat raw from screaming, my mind reeling from what I'd just done. I'd saved them. Jennifer's friends were alive, safe, free to return to their normal lives. But in doing so, I'd taken my first step down a path that had no turning back. I was the Wendigo's herald now, whether I wanted to be or not. "Help me understand something," Jennifer whispered, her voice stronger now as the drugs wore off. "What's happening here? What is that thing?" I looked into her eyes, saw the trust there, the belief that I would tell her the truth and somehow make it all make sense. But the truth was a luxury I could no longer afford. The Wendigo was watching, waiting to see how completely I'd embrace my new role. "I don't know," I lied, and the words tasted like ashes in my mouth. "I woke up here just like you did. But we need to be very quiet, very still. I think it's gone for now, but it might come back." The lie came so easily, felt so natural, that I understood with crystal clarity how people became monsters, not through grand dramatic moments of moral collapse, but through tiny compromises, small betrayals of conscience that accumulated until original sin became original nature. Jennifer nodded, accepting my deception with the trusting gratitude of someone who believed she was being rescued. She had no idea that her salvation was really just the beginning of a longer, more elaborate torture that I would shepherd her out of these woods, only to ensure she'd tell her story to others, spreading the fear that would eventually bring new victims to feed the creature's endless hunger. But that was a problem for tomorrow. Tonight she would live. Tonight her friends were safe, and if the price was my soul and the lives of strangers I'd never meet, well, that was a cost I'd have to learn to accept. The Wendigo rose from its throne and approached us both, moving with that fluid, predatory grace that suggested violence was always only a heartbeat away. "Welcome to the family, Gideon," it said, and its voice was warm with genuine affection. "I think we're going to accomplish great things together." As if to seal our partnership, it reached out with one skeletal finger and touched my forehead. The contact was like being struck by lightning made of ice, and for a moment I saw everything, the full scope of its plans, the intricate web of fear and manipulation it had been weaving for decades. I saw myself as it saw me, not a victim, but a valuable asset, a tool perfectly crafted for the work that lay ahead. I saw the future it envisioned, a future where the woods around Redwood Falls became a pilgrimage site for thrill seekers and paranormal investigators, where my story would spread like wildfire across the internet, drawing more and more prey to its domain. And underneath it all, I saw the terrible truth that the converted Ranger James had glimpsed, that human nature, when stripped of its comfortable illusions, was capable of horrors that made the Wendigo look like a crude amateur. The creature wasn't corrupting us. It was simply creating conditions that allowed our true selves to emerge. When the vision ended, I found myself changed. Not converted, not yet, but opened. The door in my mind that had cracked when I realized what I'd do to save Manny's children had been torn wide, and through it I could see possibilities I'd never allowed myself to contemplate before. "Now then," the Wendigo said, settling back onto its throne with obvious satisfaction, "let's discuss your first assignment." Dawn came slowly to the bone-thrown clearing, filtered through a canopy that seemed thicker than it had the day before, as if the trees themselves had grown during the night to block out more of the sun. Jennifer had fallen into an exhausted sleep against my shoulder sometime around 3 in the morning, her body finally succumbing to whatever cocktail of drugs the converted Rangers had used to keep her compliant. I envied her unconsciousness. It meant she didn't have to listen to the Wendigo's plans. The creature hadn't slept, of course. Things like it didn't need rest, only the constant feeding of their insatiable hungers. It had spent the dark hours describing my new responsibilities in loving detail, painting a picture of the future that made my stomach clench with sick anticipation. "Your story will be irresistible," it had explained in that chorus of stolen voices. A man who survived an encounter with the impossible, who walked out of the woods carrying a rescued victim. The media will eat it alive. Local news first, then national attention as the story spreads online. Everyone will want to hear the details, to understand how you managed to escape what so many others could not. The worst part was how much sense it made. In our connected world, where every mystery was only a Google search away, and every urban legend had its own subreddit, a story like mine would spread faster than wildfire. The more outrageous the claims, the more people would come looking for proof, and the Wendigo would be waiting for them. The key, it continued, is to get the details just wrong enough to be compelling. Too accurate, and you sound delusional. Too vague, and you fail to capture the imagination. But strike the perfect balance between credibility and impossibility, and you'll have treasure hunters and thrill seekers flocking to these woods like pilgrims to a holy site. I'd asked why it needed me at all. Why not just let random people stumble across its domain and take their chances? The creature's laugh had been like wind through a graveyard. Random encounters lack artistry, Gideon. They're crude, inefficient, wasteful. But a carefully crafted narrative spread through the right channels reaches exactly the kind of people I want to meet. The curious ones, the brave ones, the ones who think they're clever enough to outwit a monster. Those are the subjects that provide the best. Now, as the sun finally penetrated the clearing enough to wake Jennifer, I watched her face as she took in her surroundings with fresh eyes. The bone arrangements that I'd grown accustomed to overnight hit her with their full horrific impact, and I saw her expression shift from confusion to understanding to terror in the span of heartbeats. "Oh God," she whispered, pressing closer to me. "Oh God, what is this place?" Before I could answer, the Wendigo rose from its throne and approached us both. In the morning light, it looked even more wrong than it had in darkness. The bones that comprised its frame were yellowed and cracked, held together by something that wasn't quite sinew and wasn't quite shadow. Its skull gleamed with an oily sheen that suggested recent feeding, and the empty socket seemed to drink in the light rather than reflect it. "Good morning, Jennifer," it said, and hearing her name spoken in that harmony of voices made her whimper. "I trust you slept well? We have so much to accomplish today." "What do you want with us?" she asked, though I could hear the breakdown starting in her voice. The human mind wasn't designed to process horrors of this magnitude. Most people who encountered the Wendigo either went insane or died quickly. The few who survived did so by accepting a fundamental change in their understanding of reality. "Want?" the creature mused, settling into a crouch that brought its skull level with our faces. Such a simple word for such a complex relationship. "I want you to live, Jennifer. I want you to return to your comfortable academic world and tell everyone what you've seen. I want you to write papers about the psychological impact of extreme trauma, to become an expert on survival horror and the folklore of fear." Its empty sockets turned toward me. "And I want Gideon here to become famous. The man who walked into hell and brought back proof that monsters are real. The survivor whose story is so compelling, so perfectly balanced between truth and impossibility, that it draws seekers from around the world." "You're insane," Jennifer said, but there was no real conviction in her voice. She was already beginning to understand the scope of what she was dealing with, the careful intelligence behind the creature's plans. "Insane?" The Wendigo's laugh was like breaking glass. "Perhaps. But I prefer to think of myself as dedicated. I've spent decades perfecting the art of fear, learning exactly which pressures to apply and when. Most humans break in predictable ways. But occasionally, I encounter someone special, someone with the strength to survive intact, to carry my message back to the world." It reached out with one skeletal finger and touched Jennifer's cheek with surprising gentleness. She flinched but didn't pull away. There was nowhere to go, and we both knew it. "You're special, Jennifer. Your academic background, your research into the missing persons cases, your natural tendency to document and analyze, you're perfectly positioned to serve as my witness. People will believe you because you're credible, trained to observe and report accurately. When you describe what you've seen in these woods, it will carry the weight of scientific testimony." "I won't do it," she said, but I could already hear the doubt creeping into her voice. "I won't help you hurt people." "Oh, but you will," the creature replied with absolute certainty, "because the alternative is watching Gideon die, slowly, painfully, while you survive to remember every detail of his suffering. The human capacity for self-sacrifice is admirable but limited, Jennifer. Everyone has a breaking point." The Wendigo turned its attention back to me. Speaking of which, it's time for your first field test. I have a group of paranormal investigators arriving this afternoon. 3 men who think they're going to document proof of my existence. They've been planning this expedition for months, gathering equipment and doing research. They're exactly the kind of subjects I need for my expanded operations. I felt ice form in my stomach. How do you know they're coming? The creature's grin was visible even without lips to frame it. Because I invited them, of course. Through intermediaries, through carefully placed clues and anonymous tips. Do you think my influence extends only to these woods? I have followers in the outside world, Gideon. People who've survived encounters with me and learned to serve my interests. They've been preparing the ground for your debut. One of the converted rangers stepped forward, not James, but another man whose eyes held that same flat, glassy stare. He was carrying a modern video camera and what looked like electromagnetic field detectors, equipment that had obviously been taken from previous victims. The investigators will be looking for specific evidence, the Wendigo continued. Electromagnetic anomalies, temperature variations, audio recordings of unnatural sounds. We're going to give them exactly what they came for, and more than they bargained for. You want me to guide them here, I said, understanding beginning to dawn with horrible clarity. Eventually, yes, but first, you're going to establish your credentials as a survivor. You'll encounter them on the trail, warn them about the dangers, tell them about your own harrowing escape. They'll be intrigued rather than deterred. Men like these always think they're smarter than the people who came before them. The creature began to pace around us, its movements fluid and predatory. You'll offer to guide them to the safe areas, the places where they can conduct their research without encountering the true horror. But of course, there are no safe areas in my domain. Every path leads eventually to this clearing. Every trail winds its way back to my throne. And when they realize they're lost? Jennifer asked, her scientific mind already working through the logistics despite her terror. That's when the real fun begins, the Wendigo replied. I'll separate them, isolate them, show each one sites specifically tailored to break their individual psyche. The leader is afraid of being buried alive. I have a lovely cavern system that will accommodate that phobia. The youngest has recurring nightmares about drowning. My pond dwellers are always hungry for new playmates. The third, well, he has issues with trust, with being betrayed by people he depends on. The creature's empty sockets fixed on me with obvious meaning. That's where you come in, Gideon. Nothing breaks a man's spirit quite like being led to his doom by someone he trusted to keep him safe. I won't do it, I said, but the words sounded hollow even to my own ears. I won't betray innocent people. Innocent? The Wendigo tilted its skull to one side. These men have spent years hunting for supernatural entities, placing themselves in danger and encouraging others to do the same through their online videos and podcasts. They've already caused 3 deaths that I know of, followers who tried to replicate their investigations and found more than they bargained for. Are they really so innocent? The question hit me like a physical blow because I recognized the logic. It was the same rationalization I'd used the night before when I chose to save Jennifer's friends by screaming. Sometimes bad choices were the only choices available, and the best you could hope for was to minimize the damage. Besides, the creature continued, you've already made your decision. The moment you chose to scream instead of warning Jennifer's friends directly, you became my accomplice. There's no going back now, Gideon. There's only forward, deeper into the web we're weaving together. A sound from the forest interrupted the conversation, the distant rumble of engines growing closer. The investigators were arriving ahead of schedule, their eagerness to document the supernatural overriding their caution. The Wendigo's skull turned toward the sound with obvious anticipation. Showtime, it said, and there was genuine excitement in its voice. Remember, Gideon, your survival depends on their deaths. The more convincingly you play your role, the more likely you are to see another sunrise. And if you should decide to warn them, to break character and tell them the truth. The creature gestured toward Jennifer, and I watched in horror as several of the converted rangers stepped forward to surround her. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, like a hive mind in action. Jennifer becomes my next conversion project. And unlike you, she won't have a choice about cooperation. The threat was clear. Play my part, guide the investigators to their doom, and Jennifer would be allowed to leave with her mind intact. Refuse, and she'd join the ranks of the converted, her consciousness twisted into willing service of the creature's goals. The sound of engines was much closer now, and I could make out voices, 3 men, probably in their 30s, discussing their equipment and plans with the casual confidence of people who thought they understood what they were dealing with. They had no idea they were about to encounter something that would redefine their understanding of reality, assuming they lived long enough for such redefinition to matter. Go, the Wendigo commanded, settling back onto its throne. Meet them on the trail. Establish contact. Begin the process. Remember, you're a survivor, traumatized but credible. You want to help them, but you're also afraid. Let that fear show. It will make your warnings more believable, and their eventual dismissal of those warnings more inevitable. I looked back at Jennifer one last time, saw the trust in her eyes, the belief that somehow I would find a way to save us both. The weight of that trust was crushing, because I knew I was about to betray it in ways she couldn't yet imagine. But what choice did I have? The Wendigo had been planning this encounter for months, possibly years. It had identified the investigators, learned their weaknesses, prepared contingencies for every possible response. I was just one more tool in its arsenal, albeit a newly acquired one. I stood up slowly, my legs shaking from more than just prolonged sitting. The creature watched me with obvious satisfaction, reading my body language like an open book. It knew I would comply, knew I would do exactly what it wanted. Not out of conversion or corruption, but out of simple, overwhelming necessity. Excellent, it murmured as I started toward the tree line. I can see you're beginning to understand the reality of your situation. That's good, Gideon. Acceptance is the first step toward true effectiveness in this role. The voices were very close now, maybe a quarter-mile away. I could hear them discussing their electromagnetic readings, their excitement building as they detected the anomalies that surrounded the Wendigo's domain. They thought they were closing in on the discovery of a lifetime. They had no idea the discovery was closing in on them. I paused at the edge of the clearing and looked back one more time. The Wendigo sat motionless on its throne of bones, surrounded by the evidence of decades of systematic horror. The converted rangers stood at perfect attention, their humanity subsumed into willing service. And Jennifer sat on the ground where I'd left her, staring after me with growing understanding of what I was about to do. Remember, the creature called out softly, you're trying to save them. The fact that your efforts will ultimately fail isn't your fault. It's just the nature of the game we're playing. But as I walked into the forest to meet the investigators, I realized the Wendigo was wrong about one thing. I wasn't trying to save them. I was trying to save Jennifer. Trying to preserve what remained of my own soul, trying to find some way to live with the choices I was being forced to make. The investigators would die. That was inevitable now, written into the fabric of this nightmare from the moment they decided to come looking for monsters in the woods. But maybe, if I played my role perfectly, their deaths would purchase something valuable. Maybe Jennifer would survive. Maybe she'd carry word of what she'd seen back to the world. And maybe that would be enough to keep others away from these woods. It was a thin hope, probably a false one, but it was all I had left. The voices were very close now, and I could see movement through the trees. 3 figures in hiking gear, carrying expensive-looking equipment. They were following a trail that would bring them directly past my position in another few minutes, and I needed to be ready. I took a deep breath, let the fear and desperation show on my face, and stumbled out of the underbrush to meet them. Time to become the Wendigo's herald, to take my first real steps down a path that had no turning back. Time to discover exactly what kind of man I was when survival was on the line. The first investigator to spot me was a tall, bearded man in his 30s, carrying what looked like a high-end thermal imaging camera. His eyes lit up when he saw me. Here was a local, someone who might have information about the supernatural activity they'd come to document. "Hey there," he called out. approaching with the easy confidence of someone accustomed to talking to strangers. "I'm David. These are my colleagues, William and Thomas. We're investigating reports of unusual phenomena in this area. Have you seen anything strange lately?" I let myself sway slightly, as if exhaustion and trauma were catching up with me. "Strange?" I laughed, and there was genuine hysteria in the sound. "Mister, you have no idea what strange is. You need to get out of these woods, now, today, before dark." The three men exchanged glances, and I could see their excitement building. A traumatized local with warnings about supernatural dangers was exactly what they'd been hoping to find. "What did you see?" Thomas asked, pulling out a digital recorder. "Can you describe it for us?" I looked around nervously, as if afraid we were being watched, which we probably were. The Wendigo had eyes everywhere in these woods, both human and otherwise. "Something that shouldn't exist," I said, letting my voice crack. "Something that's been killing people for years, taking them apart piece by piece. I barely got out alive, and I only managed that because—" I paused, looking directly at David with haunted eyes. "Because it wanted me to. It wanted me to leave, to tell people what I'd seen. God help me, I think I'm doing exactly what it wants." The investigators were practically vibrating with excitement now. This was better than they'd dared hope for. A first-hand witness to whatever was causing the disappearances in these woods. "Will you take us there?" William asked. "Show us where you encountered this entity." I shook my head violently. No, absolutely not. I'm trying to save your lives here. You need to leave, go back to your cars, drive away, and never come back." But I could see in their eyes that my warnings were having the opposite effect. The more I protested, the more determined they became to investigate. Human nature, predictable as clockwork. Tell someone they can't have something, and they'll immediately want it more than anything else in the world. "Look," David said, his voice taking on a reasonable, persuasive tone. "We understand you've been through something traumatic, but we're professionals. We have experience with this kind of phenomenon, and we have equipment that can protect us. If there really is something dangerous out there, then people need to know about it. And if we can document it," Thomas added, "maybe we can find a way to stop it." The terrible thing was, they believed what they were saying. These weren't glory seekers or thrill junkies. They genuinely thought they were performing a public service, using their skills and equipment to investigate supernatural threats. The Wendigo had chosen its victims well. I let myself waver, as if their arguments were beginning to sway me. "You don't understand," I said. "This thing, it's been killing people for decades. Hunters, hikers, campers. It takes them apart while they're still alive, keeps them conscious while it—" I shuddered, the reaction only half feigned. "The things I saw in its lair, the things it does to people, all the more reason to stop it," William said firmly. "Will you help us or not?" I stared at them for a long moment, letting them see the internal struggle playing out across my face. Finally, I nodded slowly. "God forgive me," I whispered. "I'll take you as far as the outer perimeter. But when I tell you to run, you run. Don't look back. Don't try to be heroes. Just get out." The investigators exchanged triumphant looks, and I felt another piece of my soul crumble into dust. They thought they'd convinced me to help them. They had no idea I'd just sealed their death warrants. As I led them deeper into the forest, following trails I now knew would eventually lead to the Bone Throne clearing, I found myself wondering if this was how it had started for the converted rangers. A small compromise, a necessary evil, a choice between bad and worse that gradually eroded everything they'd once believed about themselves. Behind us, something tall and skeletal kept pace through the trees, staying just out of sight, but close enough to ensure we stayed on the proper path. The hunt had begun, and I was no longer sure who the prey was supposed to be. The investigators' equipment started malfunctioning about 20 minutes into our hike. David's thermal camera began showing impossible readings. Cold spots that moved independently through the trees, heat signatures that appeared and vanished without explanation. Thomas's electromagnetic field detector went haywire, screaming warnings about energy levels that shouldn't exist in nature. William's audio equipment picked up sounds that made him go pale and shut off the recording device with shaking hands. "This is incredible," David whispered, his scientific excitement overriding his growing unease. "The energy readings are off the charts. Whatever's generating this kind of electromagnetic interference has to be massive." "Or very close," Thomas added, scanning the forest around us with growing nervousness. The trees seemed to press closer with each step we took, and the normal sounds of wildlife had gone completely silent. I led them along a winding path that I knew would eventually terminate at the Bone Throne clearing, but slowly, giving the Wendigo time to prepare its stage. The creature wanted this encounter to be memorable, a perfect blend of terror and documentation that would serve its purposes long after the investigators were dead. "How much farther?" William asked, and I could hear the strain in his voice. Whatever his recording equipment had picked up back there had clearly shaken him. "Not far," I replied, which was true enough. We were maybe half a mile from the clearing now, close enough that I could smell that familiar stench of decay and wrongness that marked the Wendigo's domain. "But we should stop here. This is as close as I'm willing to go." The investigators looked around at the seemingly ordinary forest. Tall pines, scattered oaks, normal woodland undergrowth. But their instruments were telling a different story. Every piece of equipment they carried was registering anomalies that defied conventional explanation. "There's something here," David said, adjusting his thermal camera. "Multiple heat signatures, but they're not following normal patterns. They're too cold, too static. It's like they're dead but still moving." He had no idea how accurate his assessment was. The converted rangers were positioned throughout the forest around us, waiting for the Wendigo signal to close in. They'd been human once, but whatever process the creature used to break their minds had left them changed in ways that went beyond psychology. Their body temperature had dropped, their metabolism slowed, their life signs reduced to barely detectable levels. "We need to set up our equipment," Thomas said, pulling out electromagnetic sensors and motion detectors. "If we can get a clear reading on these anomalies, we might be able to determine what we're dealing with." "No," I said, trying to inject real urgency into my voice. "We can't stay here. It knows we're here now, knows we're watching. The longer we remain in one place, the more dangerous this becomes." But they weren't listening anymore. The lure of scientific discovery had overridden their survival instincts, just as the Wendigo had predicted. They were already unpacking their gear, setting up monitoring stations with the methodical precision of people who thought they were in control of the situation. That's when I heard it, the sound that had haunted my nightmares for days now. The rasp of inhuman breathing, slow and deliberate, coming from somewhere very close. The investigators heard it too, and their excited chatter died away as they realized they were no longer alone in the forest. "Did you get that?" William whispered, checking his recording levels. "Please tell me you got that." The breathing sound came again, closer this time, accompanied by the soft crack of breaking branches as something large moved through the underbrush. David raised his thermal camera, scanning the trees for the source of the disturbance. "There," he said, his voice tight with a mixture of fear and excitement. 30 degrees northwest, maybe 50 feet out. It's Jesus Christ. Look at the size of that heat signature." I didn't need to look. I could feel the Wendigo's presence like a weight pressing down on my shoulders. Could sense its alien intelligence studying us with the calculating gaze of a predator deciding which prey to take first. This was it, the moment of truth, when the investigators would finally understand what they'd come looking for. The creature emerged from the trees with theatrical slowness, allowing them time to document its approach with their cameras and sensors. In the afternoon light, it looked even more impossible than before, a skeletal giant that moved with fluid grace despite its unnatural proportions. The investigators stood transfixed, their scientific minds struggling to process something that violated every law of biology they understood. "My God," Thomas whispered, his electromagnetic detector screaming as it registered energy levels that shouldn't exist in normal space-time. "What is that thing?" The Wendigo's skull turned toward him with obvious interest, empty sockets, somehow managing to convey both intelligence and amusement. When it spoke, its voice was the harmony I'd grown to dread. Dozens of stolen voices layered into a chorus of the damned. "I am what comes after," it said, and the investigators' recording equipment went wild, capturing audio that would later drive listeners to madness or suicide. "I am the hunger that outlived flesh, the need that transcended death. You came seeking proof of the impossible, and here I am." David was still filming, his hands shaking so badly the thermal camera could barely maintain focus. "This is incredible," he breathed. "We're actually documenting a genuine supernatural entity. This will change everything." The creature's laugh was like wind through a graveyard. "Oh yes," it agreed. "This will certainly change everything, beginning with your understanding of what it means to be human." That's when the converted rangers began to emerge from the forest around us, moving with that same synchronized precision I'd seen before. The investigators spun in circles, trying to keep track of multiple threats, their equipment registering impossibilities in every direction. "Gideon," William called out, his voice cracking with panic. "What's happening? What are those things?" I looked at him with genuine pity, remembering what it had been like to maintain hope in the face of this horror. "They used to be people," I said quietly. "People who came looking for the truth. Just like you. People who thought their equipment and their knowledge could protect them from something like this." The Wendigo approached the investigators slowly, savoring their growing terror like a fine wine. "Gentlemen," it said conversationally, "I've been looking forward to meeting you. Your work documenting supernatural phenomena has been quite entertaining, so methodical, so rational, so utterly inadequate for the reality you're about to experience." "You can't be real," David said, but his voice lacked conviction. The thermal camera in his hands was showing readings that defied everything he thought he knew about the physical world. "Reality is a flexible concept," the creature replied. "What you consider impossible, I consider inevitable. What you call supernatural, I call the natural order, finally revealing itself. You've spent years hunting for proof that monsters exist. Congratulations, you found one." The converted rangers were closing in now, forming a perfect circle around our group. Their movements were eerily coordinated, like separate parts of a single organism working in harmony. The investigators huddled together, their scientific bravado evaporating in the face of genuine supernatural threat. "What do you want?" Thomas asked, though I could see in his eyes that he already suspected the answer. "From you? Entertainment," the Wendigo said simply. "Fear, despair, the exquisite moment when hope dies and rational minds collapse under the weight of impossible truth. Your deaths will be educational experiences, carefully crafted to extract maximum psychological impact." "And from me?" I asked, though I already knew the answer to that question as well. The creature's empty sockets turned toward me with obvious approval. "From you, I want exactly what you've already given me. You've brought them here, played your role perfectly, demonstrated the kind of pragmatic morality that makes for such effective collaboration. You're learning, Gideon, adapting, becoming what I need you to be." William was frantically checking his equipment, looking for some technological solution to a fundamentally supernatural problem. "The electromagnetic readings are impossible," he muttered. "Whatever this entity is, it's generating enough energy to power a small city. How is that even possible?" "Possibilities are for the living," the Wendigo replied. "I am sustained by forces that your science cannot measure, fed by emotions that your instruments cannot detect. Fear, despair, the slow dissolution of sanity, these are my food and drink." David lowered his thermal camera with shaking hands. "You're going to kill us," he said, and it wasn't really a question. "Eventually," the creature agreed, "but not quickly, not efficiently. Where would be the artistry in that? No, gentlemen, you're going to experience something far more interesting than mere death. You're going to learn what it means to have your humanity slowly stripped away layer by layer, until nothing remains but willing servants of a hunger older than civilization." The investigators looked around desperately, searching for some escape route from the circle of converted rangers. But there was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The Wendigo had been preparing this encounter for months, and every contingency had been planned for. That's when I made my decision. Not a heroic decision. I was far past the point where heroism was possible. Not a moral decision. I'd already compromised my conscience beyond repair. But a practical decision, based on cold calculation of what might be possible in a situation where nothing good was going to happen. I couldn't save the investigators. That had never been an option, despite what I'd told myself during the hike. The Wendigo had been planning their deaths for too long, had invested too much effort in orchestrating their arrival. They were already dead, they just didn't know it yet. But maybe I could save Jennifer. Maybe I could extract some small victory from this nightmare. Preserve one innocent life in exchange for my willing participation in this atrocity. I need to go back for Jennifer, I said, interrupting the creature's monologue about the various torments it had planned for its new victims. The Wendigo's skull tilted in that curious gesture. Jennifer is perfectly safe in my clearing, Gideon. She's not going anywhere. That's not what I mean, I said, meeting those empty sockets with as much steady resolve as I could manage. I need to escort her out of the woods personally, make sure she reaches safety, gets proper medical attention, has her story documented by the authorities. The creature studied me for a long moment, and I could almost hear the gears turning in its alien mind. It was trying to determine whether my request served its purposes or worked against them. Interesting, it finally said. You want to ensure she survives to tell her tale, but why should I trust you to return? What guarantee do I have that you won't simply disappear, take your rescued victim, and fade into anonymity somewhere far from my reach? Because you'll still have them, I said, gesturing toward the investigators, and because you know I'll come back. Jennifer's survival depends on my cooperation, and my cooperation depends on her continued safety. It's a perfect closed loop. I'm invested in maintaining our relationship because the alternative is watching an innocent woman suffer. David was staring at me with growing horror as he realized what I was proposing. You're just going to leave us here, he asked, trade our lives for some woman we've never met. I looked at him with genuine sadness. I'm sorry, I said, and meant it. But you were dead the moment you decided to come looking for monsters in the woods. Nothing I do or don't do will change that now. The Wendigo applauded slowly, the sound echoing through the forest like breaking bones. Excellent reasoning, it said with obvious approval. You're beginning to understand the true nature of moral choice in extreme circumstances. There are no good options, Gideon. Only degrees of necessary evil. Is that a yes? I asked. The creature considered for another moment, then nodded. Yes. Take Jennifer back to the world. Ensure her story is properly documented and widely disseminated. But remember, her continued safety depends on your continued usefulness to my purposes. I turned to walk away, but David's voice stopped me. How do you live with yourself? He asked. How do you sleep at night knowing what you've become? The question hit me like a physical blow because I didn't have a good answer. How would I live with myself? How would I function in normal society, knowing what I'd done and what I'd agreed to continue doing? How did anyone survive the kind of moral compromise that left their soul in ruins? I don't know, I said honestly, but I'll figure it out because the alternative is worse. The last thing I heard as I walked away was the sound of the investigators screaming as the converted rangers closed in on them. Their cries followed me through the forest, growing fainter but never quite disappearing, becoming part of the soundtrack that would haunt my dreams for the rest of my life. I found Jennifer where I'd left her, still sitting in the bone-thrown clearing, but now surrounded by artifacts from the Wendigo's decades of hunting. Skulls arranged in neat rows, personal effects sorted by type and date, photographs of victims pinned to trees like some macabre art installation. She looked up when I approached, and I could see that her time alone had changed her. The naive graduate student was gone, replaced by someone who understood exactly what kind of world she lived in. They're dead, aren't they? She asked. The men you led here. Not yet, I replied, but they will be. The creature wanted me to guide them into its trap, and I did. I chose your life over theirs. She stared at me for a long moment, her face cycling through a range of emotions: horror, disgust, understanding, and finally something that might have been pity. And now you're going to take me back to civilization, she said. Make sure I tell the right people the right story. Turn me into the creature's witness, its prophet of fear. Yes. And if I refuse? If I decide to keep silent, to pretend none of this ever happened? I thought about the Wendigo's threats, about its network of converted servants, and its infinite patience for long-term planning. Then it will find you, I said, and it will turn you into something worse than a witness. It will make you one of them. Jennifer stood up slowly, brushing dirt from her clothes with hands that shook only slightly. So I don't really have a choice either. None of us do, I said. That's the point. It's taken away our ability to choose and replaced it with the illusion of choice. We can cooperate willingly or be forced to cooperate unwillingly, but cooperation is inevitable either way. We walked out of the woods together in silence. Two survivors carrying a story that would spread like cancer through the connected world. Behind us, the Wendigo settled back onto its throne of bones to enjoy its new playthings, secure in the knowledge that its influence was expanding beyond the boundaries of its forest domain. The local authorities were waiting for us at the trailhead. Park rangers, sheriff's deputies, even a couple of state police investigators who'd been called in when the search teams reported the impossible things they'd found in the woods. They wanted statements, medical examinations, detailed descriptions of our ordeal. Jennifer told them exactly what the Wendigo wanted them to hear. A story of supernatural horror balanced carefully between credibility and impossibility. She described the creature in clinical, scientific terms, documenting its abilities and behavior patterns with the precision of a trained researcher. She mentioned the missing investigators, the converted rangers, the systematic nature of the disappearances. I corroborated her account, adding my own details about the creature's intelligence and planning abilities. Together we painted a picture of something so far outside normal experience that it would fascinate rather than repel, draw investigators rather than deter them. Within hours, word of our story had leaked to local media. Within days, it had spread to national news outlets and social media platforms. Within weeks, the woods around Redwood Falls had become a pilgrimage site for every paranormal investigator, thrill seeker, and would-be monster hunter in the country. The Wendigo's plan worked perfectly. Jennifer returned to her academic life, but she was changed. She published papers on survival psychology and folklore studies, became an expert on supernatural trauma and the cultural impact of monster legends. Her work was widely read and cited, lending scientific credibility to claims that might otherwise have been dismissed as fantasy. I found myself thrust into an unwanted spotlight as the man who survived the Wendigo. My story was featured in documentaries and podcast series, analyzed by believers and skeptics alike. People came from around the world to interview me, to hear firsthand about my encounter with the impossible. And one by one, they began disappearing into the woods. Not all of them, of course. The Wendigo was too smart to eliminate every visitor that would have aroused too much suspicion, brought too much official attention. But enough vanished to maintain the legend, to keep the story alive and growing. Each disappearance generated new interest, new investigations, new potential victims drawn to the creature's web. I tried to discourage them. I warned everyone who would listen about the genuine danger, described the horrors I'd witnessed in clinical detail. But my warnings had the opposite effect. They only made the story more compelling, more irresistible to people who thought they were braver or smarter than those who'd vanished before them. The Wendigo had been right about human nature. Tell people they can't have something, and they'll want it more than anything else in the world. 6 months after my escape from the woods, I received a package with no return address. Inside was a collection of photographs, images taken by the converted rangers of their latest victims, men and women who'd come looking for the truth about Redwood Falls, who'd sought me out for guidance and warnings before venturing into the forest. At the bottom of the package was a handwritten note in spidery script. Thank you for your continued service. Your effectiveness as a herald exceeds even my expectations. I look forward to our next collaboration. That night I stood in my kitchen holding a loaded shotgun, the barrel pressed against the roof of my mouth, trying to find the courage to end my participation in this nightmare. But even as I felt my finger tighten on the trigger, I thought about Jennifer. The creature had made it clear that my continued cooperation was the price of her safety. If I died, she would become its next target, not for conversion, but for something worse. I lowered the gun and returned it to its cabinet. There would be no escape through death, no heroic sacrifice that would redeem the choices I'd made. I was bound to the Wendigo now, linked to its hunger by chains forged from my own moral compromises. The next morning, I received a phone call from a documentary filmmaker who wanted to discuss a new project about the Redwood Falls incidents. He'd already assembled a team of experts and investigators, had funding from a major streaming platform, planned to spend 2 weeks in the forest documenting whatever had been taking people. I agreed to serve as their local guide, because I am the Wendigo's herald now. Whether I want to be or not, I am the voice that spreads its legend, the survivor whose testimony draws new prey to its web. I am the man who chose to save one innocent life by sacrificing hundreds of others, and I will carry that choice with me until something finally claims me in those dark woods. But I want you to know, all of you who are reading this, all of you who might be tempted to come looking for proof that monsters are real, I want you to know that I tried to warn you. I tried to tell you the truth about what waits in the forest around Redwood Falls. The creature is real. It is ancient and intelligent and infinitely patient. It has had decades to perfect its methods, to prepare its traps, to convert humans into willing servants of its hunger. It knows you're reading this. It knows you're curious about the story I've told, wondering if any of it could possibly be true, and it's counting on that curiosity to bring you to its woods. So when you pack your cameras and your courage and your absolute certainty that you're too smart to fall for whatever trick claimed the others, remember this. I warned you. Jennifer warned you. Even the Wendigo itself has warned you, through the testimony of its previous victims. But you won't listen. You never listen. Because you're already dead. You just don't know it yet. The only question now is whether you'll be another anonymous victim, or whether you'll survive long enough to become the next herald, the next voice calling others into the darkness. I hope for your sake and mine that you choose to stay away. But I know you won't. Welcome to Redwood Falls.